Know this? If yes, then amazing. If no, then please let me know. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com. Now guys, moving ahead, let's talk about the other product जो Samsung लेके आया अपने इसी Unpacked में. Yes, I'm talking about the new Galaxy Watch 7, available in two different sizes, 40mm and 44mm, and also it's all about the new Watch Ultra, जहाँ पे बहुत सारे extreme features Samsung ने पैक कर दिए हैं, from the ultra abilities to ultra intelligence going.
Welcome back. Let's get you the very latest. And it's the Supreme Court has dismissed a plea to review its January 3rd verdict in which it refused to transfer inquiries into allegations of stock price manipulation by the Adani Group to a special investigation team. Or as far as the CBI is concerned, this is a three-line ruling that the top court has said it had, in fact, pursued the review petition but found no error apparent on the face of the record. Now we have Ashish joining us. Ashish, what details do you have for us with the Supreme Court rejecting that demand for the court-monitored CBI or a special investigation team?
Yeah, it's second time when Supreme Court rejected this petition. On January 3rd, the Supreme Court pronounced judgment that there is no need to doubt SEBI probe only on the basis of a newspaper report or a third-party report. Also, a bench headed by Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrababu that time said that if the Government of India and SEBI to look into if there is any infraction of law by the Hindenburg report on short selling, and if so, take action accordance with law. So now, Anamika Jaiswal, who was among the petitioners, filed a review petition in Supreme Court in February 2024. Supreme Court judgment uploaded yesterday now said that there is no error apparent on face of record. Supreme Court said there is no need, having pursued the review petition, there is no error apparent on the face of record, no case for review under the rule of Supreme Court, Rule 2013, and the review petition is therefore dismissed. The bench said in its order of May 8, uploaded yesterday. Also, this is the second time Supreme Court rejected this plea. It means there is a Supreme Court won't open the Hindenburg case again. As Supreme Court approves expert panel report giving clean sheet to Adani Group in this matter. So, the review petition is also dismissed. Petitioner may file a curative petition also in Supreme Court, but I don't think there will be any hope in this case now. Yes.
Right. Thank you so much, Ashish, for getting us all those details. So the Supreme Court, they're rejecting the demand for SIT probe and rejecting the demand for a court-monitored CBI probe as well. With that, we're slipping to a short break. Back with a whole lot more to stay with us.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India, one world hygiene."
As India gears up for the upcoming budget, a lot of expectations doing the rounds, and we have the tech sector that is looking at a transformative phase.
Finance Minister should look at giving the carrot to the youngsters. So the first increasing the slab.
On one side, you want to incentivize startups to come into the thing, but then again, you're taxing the angels.
When it comes to This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Three army jawans and one major have lost their lives in an encounter that's taken place with the terrorists in the Doda district of Jammu and Kashmir. Operations are still on. Reinforcements have been moved. Donald Trump makes his first public appearance after that assassination bid. This is in that assassination bid. Right after that, now you can see a bandaged Donald Trump getting a rousing welcome at the Republican convention in Milwaukee. He's also announced his running mate. He's picked J.D. Vance. Officially has become the Republican nominee as far as Trump is concerned. So there is J.D. Vance who will be his running mate. In the Donald Trump shootout, there was an eyewitness who spoken with NDTV, says that it looked like it was more than one person at work there. He says it didn't seem like a lone wolf attack. He's also gone on to say he really thought Donald Trump was dead. The father of a prominent politician has been murdered in Darbhanga of Bihar. VIP party chief's father has been murdered. We're talking about Mukesh Saini, who is a prominent OBC politician in Bihar. His father has been murdered at his own residence. In the water conflict between Karnataka and Tamil Nadu is Tamil Nadu's chief minister, who's condemning Karnataka's stand on giving only reduced amount of water. Now, the Tamil Nadu government is going to be holding an all-party meeting today, while Karnataka's deputy chief minister has gone on to say if it rains properly, adequate rainfall expected this time around, and therefore they might even comply with their demands. In Madhya Pradesh's land composition, this is the compensation scam, the fake houses to in fact get that compensation scheme. The local officials and brokers were part of this compensation mafia. The Singrauli tribals have been cheated by outsiders. In the Swati Maliwal assault case, the Delhi police is expected to file a charge sheet. A 1,000-page charge sheet is what we are hearing from our sources, is what has been drawn up against Delhi Chief Minister's aide Shivakumar, who is in jail since May of this year for alleged assault. In the Hindenburg short-selling case, the Supreme Court rejects the demand for an SID probe and has also rejected the demand for a court-monitored CBI probe. The top court has rejected a plea to review an earlier order. Very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. We have news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir's Doda district, where an encounter has taken place with the terrorists. 3 army jawans and 1 major have been killed in that encounter. Well, a gunfight as far as this joint operation is concerned between the army and the police. The operations are still on and reinforcements have been moved. This is the second encounter that's taken place in a matter of 1 week.
तादाद की कम से सिचुएशन कई बार जो है नापा नहीं जाता है, क्योंकि वो अनअकाउंटेबल एंटिटीज हैं. तो एक भी अनअकाउंटेबल एंटिटी एक आउटसाइड किलिंग मशीन और एक मैन सेंट टू किल इनडिस्क्रिमिनेटली विदाउट एनी कनेक्शन टू दिस लैंड with no purpose but to repeat the level of violence or increase the level of violence and fear and terrorism, so is a challenge. Some infiltration is taking place. It is a commonplace knowledge. We try to put our minds together to see that we have a response which will eventually work.
We have my colleague Vishnu Som and Nazira Masoodi joining us to get us more on this. Vishnu, over to you first. When we take into account 9 soldiers in all have lost their lives in a matter of just 7 days. I mean, 5 soldiers lost their lives just a week ago, and now 4 soldiers again have lost their lives.
No, it is a matter of huge concern, and I think there is no doubt within the security establishment that things are going dreadfully wrong at this stage. Nazir has been compiling these numbers for quite some time, and what he was sharing with us, and he'll have more details in a moment. Approximately 48 soldiers of the Indian Army and police jawans or officers killed in action, in 48 of them in 30 to 32 weeks. So the numbers are absolutely staggering. These are all deaths south of the Pir Panjal. The key point over here is that the hotbed of terror, which has been the Kashmir Valley, that has changed completely to these areas. These were areas which were free of terrorism. I think the other key point, again, something which Nazir was reporting, is that where this is taking place is not close to the line of control at all. The point being that these terrorists are now operating in these forested areas, far away and deep inside, away from the line of control. Why is the army or the police suffering this sort of casualty? Now, this is again something which is a worry, because what we've seen in the past are traps being laid out by extremely well-trained and heavily armed, yet small groups of terrorists. And the way it works is that in those forests and in those jungles, whoever has whoever is setting up an ambush has that initiative with them, and therefore they really sort of take the first shot, as it were. And it's that first shot or the ambush itself which often results in fatalities. Very often what we've seen, and not so on this occasion, is that vehicles of the military have been targeted. In this particular case, it was at about between 7 to 9 p.m. last night that in this forested area, soldiers had made contact with these terrorists. It was then that a fierce exchange took place, and the soldiers unfortunately were killed in action. 3 soldiers and 1 major were killed in action. So operations are continuing, but whether the army is able to actually pinpoint the location of these terrorists and take them down in that terrain and in those forests is something we don't know as yet.
Right, Vishnu, thank you so much for getting us those details. We also have Nazir with us. Nazir, like Vishnu was pointing out, that 48 lives have been lost in recent times in Jammu alone, an area that's relatively calmer and safer in comparison to the rest of Jammu and Kashmir. How is it that we're seeing this increase in attacks as of recently? And from what we are hearing from our sources also is that there are about 60 foreign terrorists who've been trained in jungle warfare, who perhaps might be operating in the area.
Yeah, that is the report. But right now, an large-scale operation is going on in this forest area. And to track down the attackers, last night a reinforcement was rushed to the army, paratroopers, paramilitary forces, and Jammu and Kashmir police all have joined in this operation. But as Vishnu was mentioning, it is the question whether the attackers would be tracked down, because if we see the past experience, in most of the attackers have been able to get away after every attack. So that is the reason, because initiative is with them. They launch the attack. They choose the place where they have to carry out the attack. So in several cases we have seen, they have deliberately leaked the information about their location, be it technical or otherwise, to lure the security force and then inflict casualties. And there have been series of meetings at the highest level in the government by the armed force also. Even Prime Minister last month asked security force to deploy full spectrum of anti-terrorist capabilities and eliminate militancy from Jammu region. There are multiple challenges. Not only the army suffer casualties in attack after attack. As you said, this is the second attack in 1 week in Jammu region. First attack in Kutwa, which is bordering the Punjab, state, which clearly shows the extent and the spread of militancy in Jammu region. And then now this encounter in which 4 soldiers, including an officer, have been killed. There are reports of injuries to some other soldiers as well. So it has all started in October 2021. And remember, important thing, it started after the ceasefire understanding between India and Pakistan. Jammu region became hotbed of militancy. Now it requires large number of troops to deploy. Some of them were actually taken out from Pir Panjal region and deployed in the eastern Ladakh post-Galwan incident with the China. Now the more troops have been deployed, particularly in this Pir Panjal region. So, but we don't see, any these attacks don't stop. This spate of attacks. So now in the Director General of Police Jammu and Kashmir, Mr. R.R. Swain, saying that some of the infiltration is taking place from the Punjab border as well. That is also a bigger worry, because initially it used to be only the line of control. Now the infiltration is also taking place from the international border, be it the international border in Jammu region or it is Punjab province, what the police are saying. So right now the whole focus is about how to track down the attackers and how to stop this spate of attacks. And in last 32 months, 48 soldiers of Indian Army, including officers, have been killed in these attacks without having any much success against militants who are operating and right now the number of foreign militants operating in Jammu is believed to be more than 60.
Right, thank you so much, Nazir, for getting us all those details. Switching tracks to news coming in from Bihar, and we're talking about the father of VIP chief Mukesh Saini has been brutally murdered at their ancestral home in Bihar's Darbhanga. So the former minister in the Bihar government, Mukesh Saini, he leads the VIP party, which has a strong support base as far as the OBC community is concerned. VIP is currently has allied with the RJD and the Congress in the India opposition bloc. We have Prabhakar joining us. Prabhakar, the father of this politician, Jitin Asani, the father is the who has been murdered, and that too in his own ancestral home in Darbhanga. How did this happen?
Yeah, very, very shocking indeed. And this incident has happened probably yesterday night or today morning. But it was actually today morning when the body of Jitan Manji, who happens to be father of Mukesh Saini, the chief of the VIP party, was discovered by the local villagers, and then the cops were called in. He has been brutally murdered, and as the police is saying, prima facie, it looks like they have used sharp objects to actually kill him. Now, Mukesh Saini himself is parked in Mumbai, and as we are told, he is traveling to Darbhanga. He would be reaching there by today evening. Mukesh Saini happens to be an important political figure as far as Bihar is concerned. He heads a party called VIP Party, which is called Vikasil Insan Party, and he is part of the India Alliance in Bihar. He has contested on the 3 Lok Sabha seats out of 40 in the last assembly Lok Sabha election which happened, though he did not win any of the seats, but he was one of the important players as far as the India Alliance in Bihar is concerned, and he has been a former minister as well. So police as of now is not in a position to divulge much details about it. They have formed an SIT. SIT is being headed by a senior IPS officer, and they are saying that they will look into this entire matter, investigate and find out details as to what led to it. It's very initial stage there. The police, the cops are there at the spot, and they are carrying out the investigation.
Right. Thank you so much, Prabhakar, for getting us those details. Switching tracks to the United States now, and Donald Trump has made his first appearance since that shooting that took place at a rally. We can see a bandage Donald Trump getting a rousing welcome at the Republican convention. This is just 2 days after that attempt on his life, and his former president with a bandage on his ear at that convention, where he was greeted by an excited crowd with chants of fight, a reference to his words after surviving the rally shooting. Donald Trump won his formal nomination as a Republican presidential candidate, and he also has picked his running mate. He announced 39-year-old Ohio Senator J.D. Vance as his vice presidential pick, rewarding a one-time harsh critic who would become one of his most reliable and uncompromising supporters. This is Vice President J.D. Well, he will continue to fight for our Constitution, stand with our troops, and will do everything he can to make America great again, is what Donald Trump put out on a post on Truth, the social media platform. Vance is also one of the least experienced vice president picks in modern history. And I did speak with Catherine Gibson of Voice of America. Let's listen in. When we speak about, the vice president pick, how important is the running mate as far as the elections is concerned? I mean, we do know last time around he had Mike Pence, a very experienced vice president, and of course we did see the fallout that happened during that insurrection. How important is it as far as the vice president pick is concerned when it comes to a make or break as far as elections are concerned?
Well, the conventional wisdom is that a vice presidential pick can't really make or break a presidential candidacy. But this is a very interesting choice on the part of former President Trump because it doesn't actually convince any independent voters here in the United States who might have been on the fence, who might have been concerned about him, to cross the aisle and go ahead and vote for Trump. J.D. Vance is a very conservative voice. As you mentioned, he is strongly anti-abortion, so it's going to be tough to convince women voters to vote for him. And of course, he is highly supportive of Project 2025, which is a conservative effort, a conservative plan to undermine, overhaul government agencies, drastically change some social mores and rules if indeed Trump does have a second term. So this is a really interesting choice. Trump is clearly signaling that he is not reaching out to independent voters in the U.S. He's saying he is assured that he can win.
Right. Catherine, we also spoke about how J.D. Vance, the former lawyer and venture capitalist, was a Trump critic to begin with. Get us a little bit more about what made him switch and become this loyal follower of Trump.
He's had some very interesting things to say about former President Trump. He called him, quote, America's Hitler. He said that he is heroin in the veins of America's voters. He strongly criticized him also in private, but he has gradually worked his way over to Trump's side, especially when he began running for that Senate seat in the 2022 election. He reached out to Trump's loyal base of voters in that conservative state of Ohio, of course, won that Senate seat, has not even served a full term, and now here he is as the vice presidential nominee pick with really, honestly, very little experience in U.S. government.
How's Donald Trump off the hook as far as the classified documents case is concerned?
Well, this was actually a really big win for former President Trump today. A really great way for him to kick off the Republican National Convention. The case against him with allegations that he illegally held classified documents in his private property from his time as president. A judge struck that down, saying that it was unconstitutional to have his special counsel, Jack Smith, investigating this. We absolutely expect this decision to be appealed to a court here in the United States. So the issue isn't totally over, but it does definitely mean that any chance that this case had of coming up before the election now is highly unlikely to be heard. So another case where Donald Trump will not have to be worried about on the campaign trail.
Right, let's also get you an eyewitness account who was there at that rally when there was an assassination attempt on a former president of the United States, Donald Trump. This is an eyewitness who went on to say that he thought Donald Trump was dead. He also feels that it wasn't a lone wolf attack. Listen in.
Just describe to our viewers what exactly happened just before and after you heard the bullets flying.
So those bullets whizzed by him, hit the machine boom comes down because it hit a hydraulic line and the hydraulic fluid was spraying everywhere. We see Secret Service jump on top of him to shield him and protect him. My friends and I immediately kind of got hunkered down and were trying to figure out what was going on. It wasn't like instantly that we knew what was going on. It definitely sounded like gunfire because I've been around firearms, so it was a noise that I had recognized. We get down, heard the gunfire stop, and at that point I ran over to the fence. I hopped over the fence and I took cover under a police car, just because I wasn't sure if there was a secondary shooter, if the shooter was in the crowd. No one had any idea where the shooter was.
Like you said, that there were people, those who were outside and you were inside the venue. So those people saw something unusual. They saw somebody, in fact, going on to that rooftop and firing that weapon towards Donald Trump. But for somebody who was inside at that moment, just describe to our viewers, because we've been seeing these videos, but somebody who was there close to the stage, that must be extremely, a moment of fear, confusion, at complete chaos at that moment, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we were definitely confused at first. I think the fear kind of like set in a little afterwards because the fight or flight. So I was just trying to find safety and find my friends and make sure my friends were safe. But, after a few hours had passed, it's kind of sank in a little bit more today on what the true severity of the whole event was, because this is going to go down in history and be taught in school for the next, however long. And I was there 150 feet away from it. I was a part of it.
Everybody is talking about that moment, which now many say describe as an iconic moment when President Trump got up and raised his fist in the air and shouted, "Fight, fight." As a supporter of President Trump, just describe that moment for our viewers.
Yeah, so immediately I saw him stand up, and I was already standing at that point trying to look for my friends, and then the crowd was kind of all looking up towards him. So I looked up and I see him put his fist up, and it was a sight to remember because the man just got shot. We all thought he was dead, and he stood up and was so patriotic when he said fight, and with his hand up in the air. It was surreal how he wasn't scared. He was like, "This is my fight. We're gonna win. Here we are. I'm alive. You missed me." He was as proud of an American as I've ever seen.
Is there a sense, because now I'm sure you've also been watching it, we have been following this story for the time it happened, and it's been more than 24 hours. Investigation is going on. President Joe Biden came out and said, let's not get into any conjectures, let the law enforcement agencies do their job. But as somebody who is a follower, who's a supporter of Donald Trump, is there a sense about something more that could have happened, or do you also believe it was a lone wolf attack and thankfully Donald Trump is still alive?
There's always more to it. There's always stuff. We're going to be finding stuff out for the next few weeks. We've already found out a lot this past 24 hours, but there's always more to the story that's not blatantly obvious right off the bat. The whole situation was kind of strange that it was a single person was able to put a ladder up onto the building that was so close, and that building had a great vantage point of the whole thing. So why Secret Service hadn't scoped the building out or didn't even have a member of security up on that building to make sure something like this didn't happen is just crazy to me that there weren't those security measures taking place before he came out. It almost seems a little negligent on whoever was making decisions. And since then, we've also heard that, and I can't say whether this is true or not just yet, but we've heard that the gentleman who had taken the shot to kill the would-be assassin had sights on him for about 3 minutes, and he was being told not to take the shot, which is believable, just because I feel like there's a lot of corruption in today's politics and government, and a lot of it doesn't make sense, but I'm looking forward to figure out what the truth is in the next coming, days and weeks after more information is released.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. Janta ko decide karna hai.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Friends, it's time now for my favorite bit और ये है Ask TG. Basically the segment जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ जो आपने पूछे होते हैं all across sending your emails on social media. तो हमारी टीम सब कुछ पिक कर लेती है and हर वीक मुझे मौका मिलता है आपके सवालों के जवाब देने का. Let's see the kind of questions we have this week and if I'm prepared for all the answers or not. Okay, so I'll give you
Welcome back. Let's get you breaking news coming in at the moment. NTK party functionary has been hacked to death in Madurai. Investigation is underway and the police are suspecting a personal enmity that could be behind that murder. Well, we have Sam Daniel joining us. Sam, take us through the details that you have for us. From initial reports, what is being suggested that it could be a family dispute?
That's what police sources indicate, Divya. Very little information available. This man, party functionary of the NTK, Nam Tamil Katchi in Madurai city, was hacked to death, according to police sources, during his morning walk at a place near Tallakulam in Madurai this morning. And at the moment, initial reports indicate that it could be because of a family dispute and a personal enmity. And police sources also indicate that he is a history sheeter involved in at least 3 murder cases. Although in terms of his political profile, he is not a very significant leader, but this has come as a worrying trend because only last week in Chennai, Armstrong, the state BSP chief, was hacked to death in Chennai. 11 people were arrested. And in this case, police say, again, it's not a political murder, but it's because of a suspicion in the minds of the family members of a rowdy who was hacked to death a year ago. And they suspected that Armstrong could have been behind the killing, and that's why he was murdered, they say. In this case, initial reports suggest it could be a personal enmity, but we'll have to wait for a couple of hours for police to complete the preliminary investigation and come out with factual details.
Right. Thank you so much, Sam, for getting us the latest on that breaking news that has just come in. Moving on now, in the Cauvery River water dispute between Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, M.K. Stalin, has condemned Karnataka's stand on releasing a decreased quantum of Cauvery water to Tamil Nadu. Now, M.K. Stalin has condemned that, and it is the M.K. Stalin who's announced a meeting of legislative leaders of all parties. And let's just get you more on this, and we have Sam with us, back with us. We also have my colleague Pratibha Raman joining us. Sam, you know, what was really decided and the stand that Karnataka government has taken that they're ready to release 8,000 cusecs of water from the Cauvery River every day to Tamil Nadu instead of 11,500 cusecs of water, which is something that they're demanding.
That's right. And for Tamil Nadu, it's a worrying issue because already farmers in the Delta region lost their kuruvai, or short-term crop, earlier because Karnataka did not release the water that has to be released according to the Cauvery Tribunal's order. And that was around 5 lakh acres. And now the Delta region is preparing for the next Samba crop that will be on around 9 lakh acres. If that also is lost, then it will be a double whammy for farmers, a severe blow on their livelihood. It's in that context the Cauvery Water Regulatory Authority had taken into account the available waters in the reservoirs in Karnataka and the prospective rainfall in the next season. they had ordered the government to release at least 1 TMC waters every day till the 31st of July. But Karnataka reduced that further and said it would release only 8,000 cusecs of water, 1/3 less. It's in that context, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin had condemned the stand taken by the Karnataka government. Today, at 11 o'clock, an all-party meeting will decide the future course of action. Legally speaking, Karnataka is bound to release waters according to the formula given by the Cauvery tribunal, which was later upheld by the Supreme Court. During deficit times like this, again, the available water ought to be shared with Tamil Nadu, the lower riparian state. Karnataka cannot claim complete ownership or rights over the available waters. It has to really share the available waters according to the formula with Tamil Nadu, so that both farmers can benefit with the available waters and the loss could be equally divided. But Karnataka cites concerns and requirements for its own farmers and has refused to release waters. One positive factor is rains have started in Karnataka. If things go well, they'll be able to release further. All reservoirs will be full and they have no other option but to open the reservoirs for Tamil Nadu.
Right, something that the Deputy Chief Minister has gone on to say, that if it is expected to rain well this season and that they might just comply with that formula that you spoke about. Of course, Tamil Nadu is a rain shadow area when it comes to the southwest monsoon, and Pratibha, with Karnataka, they're refusing to release the amount that is decided upon. They're calling that treachery. So, Karnataka has been getting a monsoon now. I mean, of course, we did know they had issues regarding that drought situation as far as Karnataka is concerned. But what is the situation on the ground as far as the monsoon is concerned?
Well, earlier when they took stock of the situation, we are talking about around 4 reservoirs in the Cauvery basin, and the water level stood at around 63%. Considering the heat wave and the drought that Bengaluru as well as the state of Karnataka suffered in the recent past, the Karnataka government leaders decided to take 2 steps in this direction. One is to appeal to the regulatory body, stating that they wouldn't be able to follow the direction that has been given by the Tamil Nadu government about 1 TMC of water, which translates to 11,500 cusecs. And they had agreed upon sharing around 8,000 cusecs or releasing 8,000 cusecs of water per day until July 31st. In the meantime, during the all-party meeting as well, all of them decided on this particular formula, and at the same time had also decided to ensure that in case there is more rains, then they would decide to revisit this, comply with the order, and in case there is deficient rainfall, which they said that it stood at 33% at that point in time, they said that they would have to rethink this. But now, yesterday when we spoke to the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. D.K. Shivakumar, there was a positivity in his tone where he mentioned that there are copious rains, and the last 2 days, the Kabini Reservoir especially has been recording around 96% of water levels, and due to which they have been releasing around 20,000 cusecs of water per day, which could mean that there could be no problem in the coming days unless the rains are insufficient in Karnataka. Back to
right, Pratibha, stay with us for our next story as well as we stay with news from Karnataka, and it's the assembly session that kicked off on a stormy note with the BJP targeting the Congress over 2 alleged scams. We're talking about Midday and Valmiki. The BJP also held a protest march demanding a CBI probe into the matter. Take us through, Pratibha, the demands that were being made as far as that protest is concerned, and also take us through what is it that we are hearing as far as the Karnataka State Road Transport Corporation, who's now proposed a 15 to 20% hike as far as bus fares are concerned.
Talking of the previous question of yours, yes, it did start on a stormy note where the BJP staged protests with respect to 2 scams, the Valmiki as well as the Muda scam that have been engulfing the Congress government as well as the Chief Minister in particular. We are talking of the BJP raising this in terms of the assembly session here, and yesterday they did move a motion to discuss the Valmiki scam, which is scheduled to continue today as well. So a lot of political fireworks expected on the floor of the House, yes. In the meantime, there has been a proposal that has been laid out before the Congress government by the Karnataka Road Transport Corporation, where they've said that they've incurred a loss of around over 250 crore rupees in the last 3 months, and they have proposed a hike of around 10 to 15% hike. Whether this is related to the welfare schemes or not is yet to be established, but in the meantime, the Congress government, as well as the leaders, and the statement that has been made by the transport minister there, stating that this is just a proposal that has arrived and that they haven't taken any decision on that direction, and that it wouldn't be proposed anytime soon as well. This is the statement that we've received from the transport minister, Mr. Ramalinga Reddy. But of course, the BJP has been talking about this, has been raising its voice against this, mainly talking about not just fuel hike as well as the other inflation that Karnataka state has been suffering, but also the recent proposal that has come into question here. Back to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Pratibha, with all those details. We will keep tracking that story and coming back to you for more on that. For now, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
As India gears up for the upcoming budget, a lot of expectations doing the rounds, and we have the tech sector that is looking at a transformative phase.
Finance minister should look at giving the carrot to the youngsters. So first increasing the slab.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest in an encounter that's taken place with the terrorists in the Doda district of Jammu and Kashmir. The police have gone on to say that 3 army jawans and 1 major, 4 people have died in that encounter as a heavy gunfight that took place in this joint operation with the army and the police involved in this joint operation. Operations are still on. Reinforcements have been moved. The encounter that broke out in Doda of the Jammu district. This is the second encounter that's taken place, and to get more on this, we have my colleague Nazir joining us. But first, let's listen into what the authorities there have to say.
तादाद की कम से सिचुएशन कई बार जो है नापा नहीं जाता है, क्योंकि वो अनअकाउंटेबल एंटिटीज हैं. तो एक भी अनअकाउंटेबल एंटिटी एक आउटसाइड किलिंग मशीन और एक मैन सेंट टू किल indiscriminately without any connection to this land, with no purpose but to repeat the level of violence or increase the level of violence and fear and terrorism, so is a challenge. Some infiltration is taking place. It is a commonplace knowledge. We try to put our minds together to see that we have a response which will eventually work.
Nazir, this is an encounter that's taken place in an area, the Doda district, which is very far from the line of action control.
Exactly, and that actually shows the spread of militancy from length and breadth of Jammu region, which is a big worry, and there's attack after attack, encounter after encounter. And this is the second major attack or the encounter in Jammu region in last 1 week, in which army has suffered heavy casualties. 4 army soldiers, including an officer, have been killed in this encounter, which happened yesterday evening. Initially, it was said that it was an information which army and police had received about presence of militants in Desa area, forest, and they launched the operation. In the ensuing encounter, army suffered these casualties. Last week, there was an ambush on army trucks in Kutwa, in which 5 soldiers were killed and 5 others have been injured. Since the relentless operations have been launched, but there has not been much substantial success against militants in Jammu, where the number of foreign militants operating is now believed to be over 60. So it is a huge challenge for the authorities, security force, even at the highest level in the government. Directions have been given to security force to use full spectrum. Prime Minister himself asking army to deploy full spectrum of anti-terror capabilities to finish militancy from Jammu, because it's not just the security challenge, but also the social challenge. Union Home Minister, Minister Dr. Jatinder Singh has condoled the death and condemned this attack, and at the same time asked people to maintain peace. In the last attack, he has also asked people to not to be scared because there, as if here psychosis in the area because of these attacks. This is an area which has a mixed population, and one of the aim of the attacks has also been to create trouble, social trouble as well. There have been attacks on the pilgrims, there have been attacks on innocent people in the Jammu region, but main target has been the army, and this is yet another attack operation is underway to track down attackers.
Right. Thank you so much, Nazir, for getting us those details. Switching tracks now to Madhya Pradesh, a special report how the composition mafia is gaming the system by constructing thousands of makeshift houses on tribal land set for acquisition. What's more shocking is this scam is being carried out with the collusion of local officials and brokers.
The 6,672 crore Lalitpur-Singrauli railway line project in Madhya Pradesh, approved 8 years ago in 2016, is the latest target of state's compensation mafia, especially in the Singrauli district, India's thermal power hub, where land is a big and precious commodity. In the last 6 years, multiple concrete homes have sprung up along the railway line route Singrauli. The appearance of such homes in villages where many struggle to provide their families 2 meals a day has raised questions about their true purpose. Most of these areas are inhabited by members of the ST community who claim outsiders are exploiting villagers.
हमारे ज़मीन पर भी यहाँ बाहर के लोग आके बनाए हैं कि भाई पैसा थोड़ा बहुत दिया नहीं, वैसे ही लूट लिया हम लोग की ज़मीन। एग्रीमेंट भी करा है, उसने रजिस्टर नहीं भी 25% देने के बोल रहे हैं।
ये सब मकान बाहरी लोगों के हैं, यूपी, बिहार, बंगाल, झारखंड, यहाँ से सब लोग आके जिनके पास पैसे हैं वो सब लोग मकान बनवाए हैं। उनका उद्देश्य भू अर्जन और इसका मुआवजा लेना है। जिनकी ज़मीन है वो गरीब लोग हैं, खेती किसानी करते हैं, उनके पास पैसा नहीं है, तो पैसे वाले लोग आकर या तो उनसे रजिस्ट्री करा लेंगे कुछ डिसमिल 2-4 डिसमिल, या तो फिर एग्रीमेंट करा लेते हैं।
Singrauli district, a power hub of Madhya Pradesh, has long been a target of compensation scam. A notorious gang prey on landowners buying land cheaply or coercing them into agreement. They then erect buildings to inflate the compensation claim. An earlier investigation by NDTV showed how the compensation industry in Madhya Pradesh built fake houses to claim compensation worth crores along a crucial MP-UP highway project. This is the modus operandi. As soon as the compensation mafia comes to know that a company is going to construct a major infrastructure project, gang members buy land from villagers at cheap prices, or they make an agreement with the landowners and erect a multi-story building. After this, they take a hefty amount in the acquisition process from the government. The statistics highlight the gravity of situation in Singrauli. The district's 22 villages have claimed compensation for a massive 4,700 houses. In contrast, for the same project, 32 villages in Panna district have only claimed compensation for just 41 houses. Despite government claims of action, over 1,500 houses in 10 villages across Singrauli are still under construction.
उसमें जो मकान बने हुए हैं उसमें ये भी प्रावधान रहता है कि क्या मकान सिर्फ ही मुआवजे के उद्देश्य से बना है या फिर उसमें वाकई में उसमें पहले से निवासरत हैं, उसमें बिजली, लाइट, पानी सभी की व्यवस्था, समुचित व्यवस्था है कि नहीं, तो उसी के आधार पे मुआवजा भी दिया जाता है। अन्यथा ये शासन के लिए बहुत बड़ा क्षति होता है, राजस्व की बहुत बड़ी हानि होती है।
NDTV's investigation sheds light on the dark underbelly of the compensation industry, revealing the nexus of corruption that plagues development projects. As the government remains blind to these injustices, the fight for transparency and accountability continues. In Bhopal, with camera person Rizwan Khan and Devendra Pandey and Anurag Dwari for NDTV.
Thanks, Anurag, for getting us all those details. Switching tracks now, the CBI has registered an FIR against a former Chhattisgarh Public Service Commission chairman and others in connection with an alleged nepotism racket in which ineligible family members of politicians, PSC officials and public servants were recruited in lucrative government jobs during the Congress rule. My colleague Neeta has the details.
CBI yesterday, that is Monday, they had conducted searches at residential premises of the then PG PSC chairman, Taman Singh Sonwani, who's a retired IAS officer, and the then CGPSC Secretary, Jeevan Kishore, again who is a retired official. So CBI had conducted the searches in all these locations. In all, about a dozen locations were searched by CBI yesterday. The CBI had taken over this case recently, and they have registered an FIR under Section 120B, that is criminal conspiracy, 420 cheating, and Section 7 and 7A of Corruption Prevention of Corruption Act, that is bribery and influencing a public servant. So they all have been named in the FIR. Earlier, the EOW, that is the Economic Offence Wing, and Anti-Corruption Unit of Chhattisgarh were probing this matter. The case was filed by the Secretary and the then Controller of Examination, among others, on allegations of abusing their official position by recruiting their sons, daughters, relatives, and other acquaintances for jobs.
Right, thank you so much, Anita, for those details. And switching tracks now, the Delhi police is expected to file a charge sheet in connection with the case of the assault on Aam Aadmi Party MP Swati Maliwal, the allegedly by the close aide of Delhi's Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. So we're talking about Shivakumar, who's behind bars. The police have almost concluded that the investigation, and they're ready to file that charge sheet. This is after, from what we're hearing from our sources, is that the charge sheet is about 1,000-page long, and this is after they have collected the DVR from Kejriwal's residence and spoken to people who were present at the time. Now, ahead of the monsoon session of the Parliament, the government has called for an all-party meeting which is going to be held on Sunday, the 21st of July. The government has convened that all-party meeting to deliberate on a host of issues related to the Parliament's monsoon session. So an all-party meeting that's been called by the Prime Minister. We are expecting, this is the government that's called for that all-party meeting, and all of them are expected to be at that meeting, which is going to be held on the 21st of July. That's coming Sunday. The government has convened that all-party meeting to deliberate on a host of issues related to the Parliament's monsoon session. We have my colleague Vasudha joining us. Vasudha, this is a customary get-together on the eve of the session start as various parties put across their issues.
Absolutely, Divya. This is an important meeting, of course, because it comes after this very stormy session, first session of the Parliament that we saw, the start of the 18th Lok Sabha. And we did see not just the appointment of Rahul Gandhi as the LOP, but we also saw two fiery speeches by the Prime Minister. We also saw opposition take out this protest, and we also saw Speaker Om Birla being reinstated, re-elected as the Speaker of the Lok Sabha. So this is clearly a resized, resurgent opposition. So the budget session is going to be all the more exciting, and sort of like, it is going to see a lot of debate, is my understanding, which is why this all-party meeting that is coming just before the budget session becomes all the more important. It has been convened by the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju. It will have senior ministers in attendance. It will also have opposition party leaders, broad leaders of different parties, and also people from TDP, JDU, NDA constituents, and also India allies. And it will be interesting to see how the Parliament strategy sort of like, works out, because last time when Rahul Gandhi spoke as the LOP of the India Alliance, we did hear that a lot of parties, at least two of them, were not really very happy with the constant disruptions that we saw during the Prime Minister's speech, for over 2 hours. So clearly, there is a lot of thinking that will also happen, and the opposition has a lot of agenda. It has been asking for the Prime Minister to speak on need, which already the Prime Minister has done in his speeches. So there'll be a lot of demands from the from the opposition side as well. There's been a security, there's been an encounter today as well in which we've lost an officer and also other lives. So clearly, some of these issues are going to be contentious. Apart from the NEET row that continues to escalate, the opposition is going to pick on some of these issues, which is why this all-party meeting becomes important, and it will be attended by senior ministers, also opposition leaders, is my understanding. It's taking place on Sunday.
Right. Vasudha, stay with us for our next story as well, and that is Chandrababu Naidu, the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, who is here in the national capital in order to decide the party position as far as the funds that are being demanded by the state. And it is Chandrababu Naidu who is likely to be meeting his party, a meeting that's expected with his party MPs and ministers. Vasudha, a meeting that's coming up very close on the heels of that union budget. And also, this is the second meeting of the Chief Minister in a matter of just 2 weeks. I mean, he was here meeting with the Prime Minister and Nirmala Sitharaman, and that was not even 2 weeks ago.
That's right, Divya. This is Chandrababu Naidu, TDP Supremo and the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, showing that he knows what his power is, in the present NDA government. With TDP, 16 MPs is the most important constituent of the NDA. Chandrababu Naidu was in Delhi just 2 weeks ago when he met not just the Prime Minister, but also senior ministers like Nirmala Sitharaman, Amit Shah, Piyush Goyal, and also Rajnath Singh and also Nitin Gadkari. He has put forward his demands, is what our sources have been saying, that these demands could go up to 1 lakh crore. He's not demanding an SES, which is a special category status, something that's been a point of contention between him and the BJP in the past. He has steered clear of that, but he's clearly demanding a lot of funds to run his government, to basically, to fund his welfare schemes, and also to ensure that projects such as Polavaram and Amravati, two big projects. Amravati is the capital city that he has envisioned for his own state, and also the Polavaram project, which he says will actually help the farmers of the state. Both these projects had been stalled during Jagan Reddy YSRCP government. So, he is basically demanding funds for both of these, and also to run his government, and also to ensure that the AP Reorganization Act has several aspects to it, which actually basically depends on the central funds. So this visit by Chandrababu Naidu is all the more important because he is going to meet ministers again, is what I've been told. It's going to be a 2-day meeting. He arrives today and he's going to be there till tomorrow evening. So a lot of time, and just in time before the budget, to reaffirm and sort of to push again all his demands that he has been making with regard to what the state needs and deserves, with his party, with his ruling party supporting the BJP at the center. So this is his time to extract the pound of flesh, and he's not really letting that go.
Right, Vasudha, we will keep coming back to you for more on that. Thank you so much for getting us those details. With that, we're slipping a short break. Back with a whole lot more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
This is about Samsung smartphones, and Samsung smartphones, I'm sure the user base is huge. तो हो सकता है आपके पास या आपके किसी फैमिली मेंबर के पास भी Samsung का फोन हो. All you need to do is to just punch in a very secret code, as this code is *#0*#. The moment you put it in your dialer, आपके सामने एक अलग menu open हो जाएगा. And guys, this is a very in-depth diagnostic menu for Samsung smartphones. ये बहुत ज़्यादा important हो सकता है if you are trying to buy a second-hand phone, or maybe you're trying to sell your phone and you want to prove to the buyer कि आपके phone में कोई problem नहीं है. So basically, within this menu, you have multiple submenus enabling you to test the phone thoroughly. From display to touchscreen to camera to sensors, you can essentially diagnose everything in just one go very easily. बहुत interesting यहाँ पे आपको details मिलने वाली हैं. You can check for the sound output, maybe the vibration motor, anything you want to try, यहाँ पे आपको सब चीजें मिल जाएंगी. But mind you, ये सभी Samsung phones में नहीं है, but mostly में काम करता है. एंड एक और चीज वो ये कि इफ यू आर नॉट एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड एनीथिंग, अगर आपको कुछ समझ में ना आए तो प्लीज डोंट डाइव डीप, और मे बी यू कैन change a setting in a negative way. तो वो मत करना. But before you buy any used or in fact even new Samsung phone and you want to make sure कि आपके फोन में कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, you can dial in *0*# अपने फोन को चेक करने के लिए. यूज करो और शेयर करो इस टिप को with all your friends.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
Welcome back. The Supreme Court has dismissed a plea to review its January 3rd verdict in which it refused to transfer inquiries into allegations of stock price manipulation by the Adani Group to a special investigation team or to the CBI. Now, we have my colleague Ashish joining us on the phone line. Ashish, take us through, the latest that you're getting with the Supreme Court rejecting that demand for the court-monitored CBI probe or even an SIT.
Yes, we can say a big win for Adani Group as Supreme Court second time categorically refused to constitute one SIT under the supervision of Supreme Court itself, and Supreme Court now rejected the review petition of Anamika Jaiswal, who is one of the petitioners in this case. Supreme Court bench headed by Chief Justice of India, Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, categorically said that there is apparently no error in the face of the record, and there is no need to review as per under rules of Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court therefore rejected the plea to review the earlier judgment of January 3, in which Supreme Court refused to form an SIT or CBI under the supervision of Supreme Court. So it's a big win for Adani Group, and Supreme Court again given a clean sheet, given approval of the expert panel's report giving clean sheet to Adani Group in this Hindenburg case. Also, Supreme Court on January 3rd said the Government of India and SEBI can therefore take action as per law, according to the law, on based on Hindenburg report of market crash. So it's a second time Supreme Court rejected the plea of this case, and we can say Supreme Court won't reopen this case again, and Supreme Court now finally disposed of this petition.
Right. Affirm no there, Ashish, what we heard in the Supreme Court. Thank you so much for joining us with those details. With that, we're slipping a short break. Back with a whole lot more to stay with us.
Co-power. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
जब सैमसंग की शुरुआत हुई इन द ईयर 1938, सैमसंग ने तब इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स वगैरह बनाना स्टार्ट नहीं किया था. इट वॉजंट टिल ईयर 1969 की सैमसंग इस फील्ड में आया. अब आप सोच रहे हैं कि उससे पहले सैमसंग क्या करता था? तो लेट मी टेल यू, सैमसंग ने बहुत ही हम्बल बिगिनिंग्स के साथ अपनी शुरुआत की थी. बेसिकली दे वर इनटू शुगर रिफाइनिंग, टू टेक्सटाइल्स, हम बात करते हैं वेजिटेबल्स की या फिर फ्लावर की या फिर इनफैक्ट इवन नूडल्स. Yes, you heard it right, noodles. Samsung ने बहुत ज़्यादा चीज़ें ट्राई करी and eventually in the year 1969 they entered into the space for electronics, जहाँ पे Samsung ने फिर बाद में ब्रेक नहीं लगाए. We got refrigerators, TVs, radios, smartphones, and today you know Samsung is so big कि Samsung बहुत कुछ बनाता है. In fact, Burj Khalifa was also made by the Samsung group. और आज मुझे लगता है कि almost every household has at least one Samsung product or maybe a product जिसमें अंदर कोई Samsung का component लगा होगा. This is how huge Samsung is right now. So next time you're using a Samsung smartphone while scrolling through social media, just think about that noodle. जो सैमसंग पहले ट्रेड किया करता था, and from there today the kind of giant it has become. Guys, did you know this? If yes, then amazing. If no, then please let me know. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com. Now guys, moving ahead, let's talk about the other product जो Samsung लेके आया अपने इसी Unpacked में. Yes, I'm talking about the new Galaxy Watch 7 available in two different sizes, 40mm and 44mm, and also it's all about the new Watch Ultra जहाँ पे बहुत सारे extreme features Samsung ने पैक कर दिए हैं, from the ultra abilities to ultra intelligence going inside that watch. साथ में हमारे पास में दो नए buds भी हैं, the Buds 3 and the Buds 3 Pro, and of course how can we forget the Samsung's smart ring. Let's see up close कि आखिर ये सारे products क्या नए features लेके आते हैं.
सैमसंग ने अपनी Z Fold 6 एंड Z Flip 6 के साथ एक नहीं दो नहीं बट होल न्यू बंच ऑफ प्रोडक्ट्स को लॉन्च किया है.
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
It's 10 a.m. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Baba. We've got an action-packed bulletin lined up for you over the next 1 hour. Let's begin with the headlines we're tracking at the moment. In Jammu and Kashmir, an encounter with terrorists in Doda. Police sources inform us that 3 army jawans and 1 major has been killed. The army says the operation is on and reinforcements moved. In Bihar, the father of a prominent Neta has been murdered. VIP chief's father murdered in Darbhanga. Mukesh Sahani is a prominent OBC politician in Bihar, and an SIT has been formed to investigate VIP chief's father's murder. Another political leader has been killed in Tamil Nadu. In Madurai, the NTK party chief leader, the leader has been hacked to death. Madurai cops say personal enmity has been suspected. Donald Trump makes his first public appearance after the near assassination bid. A bandaged Trump gets rousing welcome at the Republican convention. Trump is at the convention with the Vice President J.D. Vance. And an eyewitness speaks to us from Trump's assassination bid rally. He says it looked more than a lone wolf attack. He thought Trump was dead. The Supreme Court rejects the demand for an SIT probe as far as the Hindenburg short-selling case is concerned. Well, our big focus at the moment, 4 Indian Army soldiers, including a major, have been killed in action during an encounter with terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir's Doda district. According to officials, a joint operation by the Indian Army and the Jammu and Kashmir Police was launched in the Desa area of Doda based on specific information about the presence of terrorists. Nazir Masoodi has been tracking the latest developments for us. He joins us live at the moment. Nazir, this is the second major encounter in the Jammu region after 5 soldiers were killed in action in Kathua last week.
Yeah, exactly. Second encounter, attack or encounter in 1 week. 9 soldiers have been killed in 1 week in Jammu region. Operation is underway. There are reports that some soldiers are injured. We don't know much about their conditions. So the operation is underway to track down attackers, but we have seen in the past, more often than not, militants have managed to escape without suffering any casualty of almost every attack. For example, in the recent attack in Kathua, where 2 army trucks were ambushed and 5 soldiers were killed, 5 others were injured, militants managed to escape, even as a large-scale operation was launched by the police, army, and the paramilitary forces, but they could not track down militants. Yesterday, according to army, they received an information and a joint operation was launched in Desa forest, and gun battle started. But early this morning, we got to know that there was, late last night, we got to know there were injuries to 5 soldiers. This morning, the officials confirmed death of 4 soldiers, including an officer. So 4 soldiers, including an officer, have been killed in action. So over the last 32 months, since the resurgence of militancy in Jammu, 48 army soldiers. So army is a specific target. It has to be analyzed why army is a specific target in Jammu region. Is it aimed at bogging down army? Because timing is very crucial when all these attacks have started. It was post ceasefire understanding between India and Pakistan in 2021. In October 2021, all these attacks started. And now the whole Jammu region is infested with deadly foreign militants who are equipped with state-of-art weaponry. They are using, in every attack, they are using M4 rifles, US-made carbines. They are using, steel core bullets, which are used to target, bulletproof vehicles, which army is using, or the armored vehicles. They're using high-tech communication system like mini satellite communication systems, which are hard for the security agencies to intercept. So it is a challenge, and there are a host of challenges, and the terrain is the biggest challenge. And so far, security forces have not been able to crack any overground network, if there's any, which is actually sustaining this militancy. There are reports over 60 foreign militants could be operating in Jammu region, which was free from militancy over the last, just till few years back. Union Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh, who is also MP from Doda, has condoled the deaths and condemned this attack. At the same time, he has appealed people to maintain peace. And this is an area where it's not only attack on the soldiers' army, but there have been some attacks on the civilians. For example, last month there was attack on the pilgrims. Mata Vaishno Devi pilgrims, a bus was targeted and plunged into a gorge. 9 people, including 7 pilgrims, were killed. So it's a challenge, very serious challenge, and even the Director General of Police, Mr. R.R. Singh, some of the infiltration is taking place from Punjab border as well.
Right.
So that's why recently there was a interstate security meeting where Director General of Punjab and DGP J&K and BSF also had a joint meeting how to deal with the situation. So right now this operation, anti-militancy operation, is underway, but so far there's no information if any of the attacker has been pinned down or cornered during this operation.
Nazir, thanks as always for tracking the latest for us and joining us with the latest update. As my colleague Nazir Masoodi is reporting, over the last 32 months, 48 soldiers have been killed in action in the Jammu region. We are seeing an increase in terror activities in Jammu region. In fact, the encounter is the latest in Doda to join this string of unfortunate events. 4 Indian Army soldiers, including a major, have been killed in action during an encounter with terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir's Doda district. Vishnu Shom also joins us with further details.
It is a matter of huge concern, and I think there is no doubt within the security establishment that things are going dreadfully wrong at this stage. Nazir has been compiling these numbers for quite some time, and what he was sharing with us, and he'll have more details in a moment. Approximately 48 soldiers of the Indian Army and police jawans or officers killed in action, in 48 of them in 30 to 32 weeks. So the numbers are absolutely staggering. These are all deaths south of the Pir Panjalan. The key point over here is that the hotbed of terror, which has been the Kashmir Valley, that has changed completely to these areas. These were areas which were free of terrorism. I think the other key point, again, something which Nazir was reporting, is that where this is taking place is not close to the line of control at all. The point being that, these terrorists are now operating in these forested areas far away and deep inside, away from the line of control. Why is the army or the police suffering this sort of casualty? Now, this is again something which is a worry, because what we've seen in the past are traps being laid out by extremely well-trained and heavily armed, yet small groups of terrorists. And the way it works is that in those forests and in those jungles, whoever has, whoever is setting up an ambush has that initiative with them, and therefore they really sort of take the first shot, as it were. And it's that first shot or the ambush itself which often results in fatalities. Very often what we've seen, and not so on this occasion, is that vehicles of the military have been targeted. In this particular case, it was at about between 7 to 9 p.m. last night that in this forested area, soldiers had made contact with these terrorists. It was then that a fierce exchange took place, and the soldiers unfortunately were killed in action. 3 soldiers and 1 major were killed in action. So operations are continuing, but whether the army is able to actually pinpoint the location of these terrorists and take them down in that terrain and in those forests is something we don't know as yet.
Now the crucial news, the father of Vikashsheel Insan Party, VIP chief Mukesh Sahani, has been brutally murdered at their ancestral home in Bihar's Darbhanga district. Jitin Sahni's mutilated body was found on the bed this morning. Senior police officer Jagannath Reddy has confirmed the incident and said a police team is at the Sahani's home. But this chilling incident has sparked panic among local residents. Vikashsheel Insan Party, which has a strong support base in the OBC community, VIP is actually currently allied with the RJD and the Congress in the India opposition bloc, in case you're not aware. We have a reaction coming in from the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar. Listen in.
मुकेश सहनी जी के पिताजी की हत्या अत्यंत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, दुख का विषय है, खेद का विषय है, लेकिन मैं सरकार की तरफ से जरूर स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं कि शीघ्र कार्रवाई किया जाएगा और जो भी दोषी होंगे इसके तुरंत इनको सलाखों के अंदर डालने का काम किया जाएगा। सरकार पूरी तरह मुस्तैदी से मुकेश सहनी जी के परिवार के साथ खड़ा है और शीघ्र से शीघ्र कार्रवाई की जाएगी। मुकेश सहनी जी के पिताजी की हत्या अपने आप में दुखद विषय हम लोगों के लिए।
Let's go across to my colleague Prabhakar Kumar for the latest insider details. Prabhakar, a 3-member special investigation team has been formed to investigate the shocking crime.
Yeah, 3-member team led by a senior IPS officer, Kamya Mishra, that has been formed actually to investigate into this murder, this gruesome murder, I would say. And this has happened actually somewhere between yesterday night and today morning, when the father, Jitan Manji, who happens to be father of Mukesh Sahni, he was at his ancestral house when his body was discovered by the local villagers over there. He was brutally murdered, and the sharp objects were used actually to stab him and murder him to death. Now, Mukesh Sahni happens to be a very important, very key player as far as the Bihar politics is concerned. He heads a party called VIP Party, which is called the Vikashsheel Insan Party. He is a very important ally of India Alliance in Bihar. In last Lok Sabha election, his party contested on the 3 Lok Sabha seats along with the Congress and RJD. So he's an important political figure as far as Bihar is concerned. And as far as this gruesome incident is concerned, it has happened in Darbhanga district, Birol subdivision, that is of Darbhanga district, which is an ancestral place of Mukesh Sahni. And a police team has been deployed there. The SIT is already on the job to find out as to who all were behind this. And Mukesh Sahni, we are told, is in Mumbai and is flying to Darbhanga. By today evening, he will be reaching Darbhanga to be there with his family.
Thanks so much, Prabhakar, for joining us with the latest details. Meanwhile, there's a political blame game over the murder of the Neta's father. The RJD says there's lawlessness under Nitish Kumar. It's an inept government that's in charge of Bihar. The JDU counters the RJD's lawlessness attack. The JDU is saying the police will catch the killers swiftly. Here are the reactions.
मुकेश सहनी जी के पिता की निर्मम हत्या की खबर ने पूरे बिहार को दहला दिया है। हर व्यक्ति चिंतित है कि आखिर बिहार में हो क्या रहा है। कोई ऐसा दिन नहीं है जहां हत्या की खबर नहीं आती है। शासन पूरी तरह से पंगु हो चुका है। माइंडलेस गवर्नमेंट है बिहार के अंदर में।
कोई भी व्यक्ति हो, एक सामान्य नागरिक के साथ भी यह घटना होती है तो यह विहित राज्य सरकार का कर्तव्य है कि बगैर देर किए हुए कठोरतम कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित करे। हम तो पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन पर भरोसा करते हैं। हम माननीय तेजस्वी यादव जी से भी अनुरोध करते हैं कि अगर आपके भी कार्यकर्ता है, आपके पास भी कोई जानकारी है तो पुलिस पदाधिकारी को उन तमाम जानकारी को उपलब्ध कराइए जिससे मुकेश सहनी जी को न्याय मिल सके।
In other news, the anti-party functionary has been hacked to death in Madurai and an investigation is currently underway. Shocking news coming in from Tamil Nadu, where another political murder has taken place. The anti-party worker was killed in Madurai Balasubramaniam was killed during a morning walk, is what we're told, but the police is currently probing a personal enmity angle. On the 5th of July, the Tamil Nadu BSP chief was killed near Chennai. The BSP chief was actually shot dead by 5 men, and now another politician has been killed. Sam Daniel has been tracking the latest details. He joins us live at the moment. Sam, what details can you disclose to our viewers at the moment?
Parameshwar, the name of this politician who was hacked to death in Madurai this morning is Balasubramanian, and he was targeted when he was on his morning walk at a place called Thallakulam in the Madurai city. And police rule out that this was a political murder. They say it appears to be out of family dispute and personal enmity. They're investigating, no arrests made yet. And investigators also say that there is no CCTV cameras available in the vicinity. So that's going to be a challenge for them to identify the culprits. And this particular murder of a politician has set a worrying trend in Tamil Nadu. Just a week ago in Chennai, the state BSP chief Armstrong was hacked to death by a 6-member gang. And this comes close to the heels of that. And in that case too, police denied it was a political murder, but they claimed it was due to what they call as a retaliation over the death of a rowdy called Arkat Suresh, who was hacked to death last year in Chennai. And that rowdy's family, the police claim, had suspected that Armstrong had engineered that killing. So 2 murders, both politicians, in a span of around less than 10 days. And we await more clarity in a while once police officially inform after the preliminary investigation.
Thanks so much for joining us with the latest details. Do stay on with us for the next update as well. In the Cauvery River voter row between Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, M.K. Stalin, has now condemned Karnataka's stand on releasing a decreased quantum of Cauvery water to Tamil Nadu. The Chief Minister and DMK Supremo M.K. Stalin has condemned the former, even as he announced a meeting of legislative leaders of all parties. Sam's with us for a quick update regarding this story as well. Sam, regarding the water row, now Tamil Nadu government will hold an all-party meeting?
That's right, Parameshwar. That's at 11 o'clock at the Secretariat in Fort St. George in Chennai. And that will be presided over by the State Water Resource Minister, Durai Murugan. This comes after the Karnataka government refused to release 1 TMC water as directed by the Cauvery River Regulatory Authority. And it said it will be able to release only around 8,000 cusecs of water, 1/3 less than the directive. And for Tamil Nadu farmers in the Delta region, this is a kind of a second or a double whammy of sorts, because already they had lost their short-term Cauvery crop for want of Cauvery waters. And now if waters don't come in time, then they stand overlooking loss of the second Samba crop as well. That will be around 9 lakh acres. And it's in this context Tamil Nadu government has convened this meeting. They may probably recommend a legal approach to approach the Supreme Court to get a directive to the Karnataka government to issue waters. Going by the rule book, it's clear that Karnataka ought to release according to the formula given by the Cauvery Tribunal, which was later upheld by the Supreme Court. Even during distress times like this, when there is inadequate or less monsoon, they are required to follow that particular formula given. But during such seasons, Karnataka decides to hold water for itself, saying it requires for irrigation for its own farmers, and the people in the lower riparian Tamil Nadu bear the brunt. And it's in this context this issue becomes political, and often one sees Karnataka using Tamil Nadu as a drainage in that sense, as the farmers call it, because only when its reservoirs are full, it chooses to release waters to Tamil Nadu. But now there could be a positive development. Reports indicate that Karnataka is receiving good rainfall. If the reservoirs get filled, then automatically the state will be able to comply with the quantum of waters it's supposed to release to Tamil Nadu.
Thanks so much, Sam, as always, for joining us with those crucial updates. As Sam is mentioning, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah actually on Sunday said the Karnataka government was ready to release 8,000 cusecs of water from the Cauvery River every day to neighbouring Tamil Nadu, instead of 1 TMC, which is 11,500 cusecs of water. That was directed by the Cauvery Water Regulation Committee till this month end. But there is only 63% water in the Cauvery Basin dams, and in this situation, the state was not in a position to release 1 TMC water each day. This is what officials say. But for the latest from Karnataka, let's go across to my colleague Pratibha Raman's update.
Well, earlier when they took stock of the situation, we are talking about around 4 reservoirs in the Cauvery Basin, and the water level stood at around 63%. Considering the heat wave and the drought that Bengaluru as well as the state of Karnataka suffered in the recent past, the Karnataka government leaders decided to take 2 steps in this direction. One is to appeal to the regulatory body, stating that they wouldn't be able to follow the direction that has been given by the Tamil Nadu government about 1 TMC of water, which translates to 11,500 cusecs, and they had agreed upon sharing around 8,000 cusecs or releasing 8,000 cusecs of water per day until July 31st. In the meantime, during the all-party meeting as well, all of them decided on this particular formula, and at the same time had also decided to ensure that in case there is more rains, then they would decide to revisit this, comply with the order, and in case there is deficient rainfall, which they said that it stood at 33% at that point in time, they said that they would have to rethink this. But now, yesterday when we spoke to the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. D.K. Shivakumar, there was a positivity in his tone where he mentioned that there are copious rains, and the last 2 days the Kabini reservoir especially has been recording around 96% of water levels, and due to which they have been releasing around 20,000 cusecs of water per day, which could mean that there could be no problem in the coming days unless the rains are insufficient in Karnataka. Back to you.
Well, with that, let's turn our attention now to the 2018 Sterlite firing incident in Tamil Nadu. The Madras High Court has said, "We believe that the 2018 police firing on anti-Sterlite protesters, in which 13 people were killed, was a predetermined act carried out at the behest of an industrialist." These are the words of the High Court. A division bench of Justice S.S. Sundar and Justice N. Senthilkumar directed the Directorate of Vigilance and Anti-Corruption to investigate the assets of all the officers, including IPS and IAS officers, who were posted in Tuticorin at the relevant point of time. Sam Daniel has been tracking the details very closely. He's with us for a live update at the moment. Sam, the Tuticorin police firing was predetermined at the behest of an industrialist. This is what the Madras High Court has said on record.
That's right, Parameshwar. The court did not name who the industrialist is, but they had mentioned it in general, or many would call it as vague terms. And in this case, the petitioner is Henry Tiffane, a human rights activist from Madurai, who had moved the Madras High Court for an issue with the National Human Rights Council. And in the course of the argument, he had also referred how the CBI has not really made much headway. And he also highlighted what he called as shoddy investigation by the CBI over the last 6 years over the killing of 13 anti-Sterlite protesters in police firing then. It was in that course of argument, the judges observed that the police firing was at the behest of an industrialist, and they had directed the Directorate of Vigilance and Anti-Corruption in Tamil Nadu to investigate the assets of all the officers named in the Aruna Jagdishan one-man commission that inquired into the police firing. Particularly, they asked them to investigate their assets 2 years before this particular police firing in 2018, and then 2 years later, to see whether there could be any kind of monetary benefits or any kind of payments made to them with a tacit order or commission to open firing at the anti-Sterlite protesters. To give you the background to this, for many years, residents in Tuticorin have been opposing the Sterlite copper smelting factory there, citing environmental pollution, air pollution, and also pollution of the groundwater. And on this particular day, large number of people had gathered near the collectorate, and it was in that situation the police had opened fire, killing 13 people, which many said it's a police excess, and a one-man inquiry commission was instituted and the case was transferred to the CBI. But even after 6 years, there is no justice for those who had lost their lives. It's in this context the petitioner had cited how the one-man commission had mentioned several names of officers specifically, citing their irregularities and violations, and it's in that context now the court has directed to investigate their assets.
Sam, as always, thanks so much for contextualizing the entire story for us and joining us with the latest update. As Sam is reporting, the bench has clearly said all these things happened because one particular industrialist wanted it to happen. He wanted to teach the protesters a lesson, and the authorities facilitated it. We'll keep tracking the latest for you. For now, we're slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
In Jammu and Kashmir, an encounter with terrorists in Doda. Police sources say 3 army jawans and 1 major has been killed. The army says the operation is on. Reinforcements moved. In Bihar, the father of a prominent Neta has been murdered. VIP chief's father has been murdered in Darbhanga. Mukesh Sahani is a prominent OBC politician in Bihar, and SIT has been formed to investigate VIP chief's father's murder. Donald Trump makes his first public appearance after the shooting. A bandaged Trump gets rousing welcome at the Republican convention. Trump is at the convention with his vice president pick, J.D. Vance. A Trump shooting eyewitness speaks to NDTV and says it looked more than just a lone wolf attack. Further adds that he thought Trump was dead.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
As India gears up for the upcoming budget, a lot of expectations doing the rounds, and we have the tech sector that is looking at a transformative phase.
Finance Minister should look at giving the carrot to the youngsters. So the first increasing the slab.
On one side, you want to incentivize startups to come into the thing, but then again you're taxing the angels.
When it comes to labor laws, it is still state specific. So we have employees in different states, and then there's a huge cost involved with with complying with the government laws.
I think we should embrace AI as a society. Figure out how do you take the conceptual thinking of AI to every school, every college, and every SME to leverage the power of AI, just like how we leverage the power of mathematics.
Continue to have those investments that we have seen in the past at the similar pace.
Welcome back. Well, 4 Indian Army soldiers, including a major, have been killed in action during an encounter with terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir's Doda district. According to officials, a joint operation by the Indian Army and the Jammu and Kashmir Police was launched in the Desa area of Doda based on specific information about the presence of terrorists. My colleague Nazir Masoodi has been tracking the latest developments for us. He joins us live at the moment. Nazir, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has now spoken to the Army Chief and taken stock of the situation?
Yeah, exactly. And how to deal with the situation, because it's attack after attack. And every day we hear casualty army has suffered, which is really very surprising and also baffling. How can all this happen and the attackers disappear after every attack? And yesterday evening, there was, according to army information, and they launched the operation. But in the ensuing encounter, 4 army soldiers, including an officer, have been killed in action. Counter-militancy operation is underway in Desa forests of Doda district, but so far there is no inkling if any of the attacker has been pinned down or cornered during the operation. This is the second major attack or the casualties which the army has suffered in last 1 week. Earlier last week, there was an attack ambush on 2 army trucks in Badnota area of Kutwa district in which 5 soldiers were killed and 5 others were injured. At that time also, militants managed to escape without suffering any casualty of their own. So the government at the highest level is monitoring the situation. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh has spoken to the army chief to get the information what exactly has happened, because Prime Minister himself last month had told army to deploy its full spectrum of anti-terror capabilities to eliminate militancy in Jammu, which has become a hotbed of militancy. And over the last 32 months, 48 army soldiers, including officers, have been killed. There have been several, killings of innocent civilians, including pilgrims who were killed. Last month, 9 pilgrims during an attack on a bus. The bus plunged into a gorge. And it was because of that, there were less casualties. Officials say otherwise they were planning to carry out, kill more pilgrims. So that shows the divisive agenda. So militants are pursuing, and that terror attack clearly shows up to which point they can go. But army has clearly become a specific target in Jammu region, and there are reports there are maybe more than 60 foreign militants who would be operating in area, this Jammu region, which was free from militancy. That is the bigger challenge. Opposition has been attacking the government that how come militancy has, resurfaced, or it has, erupted in Jammu, which was peaceful area. Now the anti-terror operation is underway in this forest to track down the attackers.
Nazir, as always, thank you so much for joining us with the latest update. We will, of course, revert to you for regular updates during the course of the day. With that, let's turn our attention now to NDTV's investigation regarding Madhya Pradesh's big land grab. A special report from MP on how the compensation mafia is gaming the system by constructing thousands of dummy houses on tribal land set for acquisition. What's more shocking is this scam is being carried out with the collusion of local officials and brokers, without whom it would not have been possible. Villagers say outsiders are taking advantage of the system and fleecing them. Anurag Dwari has the finer details for you.
The 6,672 crore Lalitpur-Singrauli railway line project in Madhya Pradesh, approved 8 years ago in 2016, is the latest target of state's compensation mafia, especially in the Singrauli district, India's thermal power hub, where land is a big and precious commodity. In the last 6 years, multiple concrete homes have sprung up along the railway line route Singrauli. The appearance of such homes in villages where many struggle to provide their families 2 meals a day has raised questions about their true purpose. Most of these areas are inhabited by members of the ST community who claim outsiders are exploiting villagers.
हमारे ज़मीन पर यहाँ बाहर के लोग आके बनाए हैं कि भाई पैसा थोड़ा बहुत दिया नहीं, वैसे ही लूट लिया हम लोग की ज़मीन। एग्रीमेंट भी करा है, उसने रजिस्टर नहीं भी 25% देने के बोल रहे हैं।
ये सब मकान बाहरी लोगों के हैं, यूपी, बिहार, बंगाल, झारखंड, यहाँ से सब लोग आके जिनके पास पैसे हैं वो सब लोग मकान बनवाए हैं। उनका उद्देश्य भू अर्जन और इसका मुआवजा लेना है। जिनकी ज़मीन है वो गरीब लोग हैं, खेती किसानी करते हैं, उनके पास पैसा नहीं है, तो पैसे वाले लोग आकर या तो उनसे रजिस्ट्री करा लेंगे, कुछ डिसमिल 2-4 डिसमिल, या तो फिर एग्रीमेंट करा लेते हैं।
Singrauli district, a power hub of Madhya Pradesh, has long been a target of compensation scam. A notorious gang prey on landowners buying land cheaply or coercing them into agreement. They then erect buildings to inflate the compensation claim. An earlier investigation by NDTV showed how the compensation industry in Madhya Pradesh built fake houses to claim compensation worth crores along a crucial MP-UP highway project. This is the modus operandi. As soon as the compensation mafia comes to know that a company is going to construct a major infrastructure project, gang members buy land from villagers at cheap prices, or they make an agreement with the landowners and erect a multi-story building. After this, they take a hefty amount in the acquisition process from the government. The statistics highlight the gravity of situation in Singrauli. The district's 22 villages have claimed compensation for a massive 4,700 houses. In contrast, for the same project, 32 villages in Panna district have only claimed compensation for just 41 houses. Despite government claims of action, over 1,500 houses in 10 villages across Singrauli are still under construction.
उसमें जो मकान बने हुए हैं उसमें ये भी प्रावधान रहता है कि क्या मकान सिर्फ ही मुआवजे के उद्देश्य से बना है या फिर उसमें वाकई में उसमें पहले से निवासरत हैं, उसमें बिजली, लाइट, पानी सभी की व्यवस्था, समुचित व्यवस्था है कि नहीं, तो उसी के आधार पे मुआवजा भी दिया जाता है। अन्यथा ये शासन के लिए बहुत बड़ा क्षति होता है, राजस्व की बहुत बड़ी हानि होती है।
NDTV's investigation sheds light on the dark underbelly of the compensation industry, revealing the nexus of corruption that plagues development projects. As the government remains blind to these injustices, the fight for transparency and accountability continues. In Bhopal, with camera person Rizwan Khan and Devendra Pandey, Anurag Dwari for NDTV.
Let's switch tracks now. The Supreme Court has dismissed a plea to review its 3rd January verdict, in which it refused to transfer inquiries into allegations of stock price manipulation by the Adani Group to an SIT or the Central Bureau of Investigation. In a terse 3-line ruling, the top court said it had perused the review petition but found no error apparent on the face of the record. Ashish has the latest update for you.
Second time when Supreme Court rejected this petition, on January 3rd, the Supreme Court pronounced judgment that there is no need to doubt SEBI probe only on the basis of a newspaper report or a third-party report. Also, a bench headed by Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrababu that time said that if the Government of India and SEBI to look into if there is any infraction of law by the Hindenburg report on short selling, and if so, take action accordance with law. So now, Anamika Jaiswal, who was among the petitioners, filed a review petition in Supreme Court in February 2024. Supreme Court judgment uploaded yesterday now said that there is no error apparent on face of record. The Supreme Court said there is no need, having pursued the review petition, there is no error apparent on the face of record, no case for review under the rule of Supreme Court, Rule 2013, and the review petition is therefore dismissed. The bench said in its order of May 8, uploaded yesterday. Also, this is the second time Supreme Court is clear. It means there is a Supreme Court won't open the Hindenburg case again, as Supreme Court approves expert panel report giving clean sheet to Adani Group in this matter. So, the review petition is also dismissed. Petitioner may file a curative petition also in Supreme Court, but I don't think there will be any hope in this case.
फ्रेंड्स, इट्स टाइम नाउ फॉर माय फेवरेट बेट और ये है आस्क टीजी। बेसिकली द सेगमेंट जहां पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूं जो आपने पूछे होते हैं ऑल अक्रॉस सेंडिंग योर ईमेल्स ऑन सोशल मीडिया। तो हमारी टीम सब कुछ पिक कर लेती है एंड हर वीक मुझे मौका मिलता है आपके सवालों के जवाब देने का। लेट्स सी द काइंड ऑफ क्वेश्चंस वी हैव दिस वीक एंड इफ आई एम प्रिपेयर्ड फॉर ऑल द आंसर्स और नॉट। Okay, so I'll give you first initial response, which is कि if everything is okay, मतलब आप जो earphones यूज कर रहे हैं 3 से 4 घंटे के लिए और अगर कोई प्रॉब्लम आप फेस नहीं कर रहे हैं in terms of audio या मे बी comfort, अगर कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है तो मे बी यू कैन कंटिन्यू द सेम वे। आपको बोन कंडीशन की तरफ जाने की जरूरत नहीं है। बट या तो आप नया कुछ ट्राई करना चाहते हैं इसलिए जाना चाहते हैं बोन कंडीशन की तरफ, या फिर अगर आपको लगता है कि मे बी यू आर नॉट फीलिंग कंफर्टेबल एंड बोन कंडीशन कुड बी अ गुड आंसर, तो येस यू कैन ट्राई। बेसिकली ये टेक्नोलॉजी जो है इट वर्क्स वाया वाइब्रेशंस। तो ये जो आपकी बोन्स हैं यहाँ पे, इन पे जब वाइब्रेशन पड़ता है तो बेसिकली यू हियर द ऑडियो स्ट्रेट फ्रॉम योर इनर ईयर्स। बट आपके कान के अंदर आपने कुछ नहीं लगाया।
Well, we have breaking news coming in. Currently, the Karnataka government has reacted on the SC/ST funds, and in their reply, the Karnataka government has clearly said that the panel must specify the violations. Do remember, the opposition BJP tore into the ruling Congress over the 187 crore rupee scam in the Karnataka Maharishi Valmiki Scheduled Tribe Development Corporation. In fact, launching a blistering attack on the government, leader of opposition in the assembly, R. Ashoka, had said, through this scam, which took the life of a sincere and honest government officer, it's exposed the anti-Dalit face of the government, which calls itself a champion for the cause of Dalits. We now have a reaction from the Karnataka government. Pratibha Raman joins us with the latest. Pratibha, what details can you disclose currently? Pratibha, am I audible to you? What details can you disclose to our viewers currently? Right, we'll just work on retrieving that audio line with my colleague Pratibha Raman, who's joining us with the latest on this breaking news information. The Karnataka government has clearly said in its reply that the panel must specify the violations and the funds were allocated to uplift the backward class. That's the defense that the government has provided. There's a row over the Congress's SC/ST fund diversion, and just yesterday, the opposition BJP tore into the ruling Congress over the 187 crore rupees scam in the Karnataka Maharishi Valmiki Scheduled Tribe Development Corporation. I'm told Pratibha Raman is back with us for the latest on this breaking news information coming in. Pratibha, what details can you share regarding Karnataka government's response?
In fact, it was on July 10th that there was a notice that was issued to the Karnataka government by the National Commission for the Scheduled Castes, asking them to give a response in terms of the use of funds from the SC/ST welfare funds and how is that being utilized or diverted for driving the welfare schemes of the Congress government here in Karnataka. And just now we've heard that the Karnataka government has issued a reply, responded by stating that the Karnataka government has been diverting these funds for the main purpose of driving the welfare schemes that can benefit the SC/ST communities, and it is being used only for the welfare of those belonging to the backward classes. In fact, one of the ministers from the Karnataka government has gone on to question the commission as to why they did not raise an issue when the previous BJP government had diverted the funds and did not even use it for the welfare of the SC/ST communities. And in the meantime, this has kind of set off a political face-off between the Congress as well as the BJP. The BJP in turn pointing fingers at the Congress government, stating that this is only a hogwash and that they do not really intend to serve the backward communities and that this is being done only to siphon off the money. Earlier, the Karnataka government had approved around 37% of the SC/ST welfare funds to be diverted and utilized to drive the welfare schemes here in Karnataka, the 5 guarantees that the Congress government has been talking about. We'll have to wait to see the kind of political face-off that could be perhaps witnessed in the Karnataka Assembly today. But in the meantime, the BJP has opened its conversation with respect to the Valmiki scam. Back to you.
Thanks so much, Pratibha, for joining us with the latest. We will, of course, revert to you for regular updates regarding the latest from the Karnataka Assembly session. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. News and updates continue in a moment.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
As India gears up for the upcoming budget, a lot of expectations doing the rounds, and we have the tech sector that is looking at a transformative phase.
Finance Minister should look at giving the carrot to the youngsters. So the first increasing the slab.
On one side, you want to incentivize startups to come into thing, but then again you're taxing the angels.
When it comes to labor laws, it is still state specific. So we have employees in different states, and then there's a huge cost involved with with the complying with the government laws.
I think we should embrace AI as a society. Figure out how do you take the conceptual thinking of AI to every school, every college, and every SME to leverage the power of AI, just like how we leverage the power of mathematics.
Continue to have those investments that we have seen in the past at the similar pace that is required.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
This is about Samsung smartphones, and Samsung smartphones, I'm sure.
Welcome back. Former US President Donald Trump has chosen J.D. Vance, the rookie senator from Ohio, as his vice presidential pick. Trump made the announcement at the Republican National Convention that kicked off in Milwaukee just 2 days after he survived an assassination attempt at a campaign rally in Pennsylvania. Vance has been a key figure in blocking Ukraine aid, writing in April that he remains opposed to virtually any proposal for continued funding. But the Republican Party formally nominated Donald Trump as their candidate for president, and the former president in the evening appeared at the convention, his first public outing since being wounded by a gunman on Saturday. Meanwhile, believe it or not, the Wall Street Journal has reported that Elon Musk, the billionaire entrepreneur and CEO of Tesla and SpaceX, he plans to support Donald Trump's presidential campaign with substantial financial backing. How much is substantial? Well, according to the report, Musk will contribute $45 million each month to bolster Trump's bid for re-election. Now, many eyewitnesses are recalling that the rally in Pennsylvania over the weekend was a positive experience to begin with, until the former US president was shot at, and then a kind of confusion and fear set in. In fact, an eyewitness spoke to NDTV's Ankit Tyagi. He said he thought Trump was dead, and it looked more than just a lone wolf attack. Listen in.
Just describe to our viewers what exactly happened just before and after you heard the bullets flying.
So those bullets whizzed by him, hit the machine boom comes down because it hit a hydraulic line and the hydraulic fluid was spraying everywhere. We see Secret Service jump on top of him to shield him and protect him. My friends and I immediately kind of got hunkered down and were trying to figure out what was going on. It wasn't like instantly that we knew what was going on. It definitely sounded like gunfire because I've been around firearms, so it was a noise that I had recognized. We get down, heard the gunfire stop, and at that point I ran over to the fence. I hopped over the fence and I took cover under a police car, just because I wasn't sure if there was a secondary shooter, if the shooter was in the crowd. No one had any idea where the shooter was.
Like you said, that there were people, those who were outside, and you were inside the venue. So those people saw something unusual. They saw somebody, in fact, going on to that rooftop and firing that weapon towards Donald Trump. But for somebody who was inside at that moment, just describe to our viewers, because for, we've been seeing these videos, but somebody who was there close to the stage, that must be extremely, a moment of fear, confusion, of at complete chaos at that moment, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we were definitely confused at first. I think the fear kind of like set in a little afterwards because the fight or flight. So I was just trying to find safety and find my friends and make sure my friends were safe. But, you know, after a few hours had passed, it's kind of sank in a little bit more today on what the true severity of the whole event was, because this is going to go down in history and be taught in school for the next, you know, however long. And I was there 150 feet away from it. I was a part of it.
You know, everybody is talking about that moment, which now many say describe as an iconic moment, when President Trump got up and raised his fist in the air and shouted, "Fight, fight." As a supporter of President Trump, just describe that moment for our viewers.
Yeah, so immediately I saw him stand up, and I was already standing at that point trying to look for my friends, and then the crowd was kind of all looking up towards him. So I looked up and I see him put his fist up, and it was a sight to remember, because the man just got shot. We all thought he was dead, and he stood up and was so like patriotic when he said fight, and with his hand up in the air. It was surreal how like he wasn't scared. He was like, "This is my fight. We're gonna win. Here we are. I'm alive. You missed me." You know, he was as proud of an American as I've ever seen.
Is there a sense, because now I'm sure you've also been watching it, we have been following this story for the time it happened, and it's been more than 24 hours. Investigation is going on. President Joe Biden came out and said, let's not get into any conjectures, let the law enforcement agencies do their job. But as somebody who is a follower, who's a supporter of Donald Trump, is there a sense about something more that could have happened, or do you also believe it was a lone wolf attack, and thankfully Donald Trump is still alive?
There's always more to it. There's always stuff. We're going to be finding stuff out for the next few weeks. We've already found out a lot this past 24 hours, but there's always more to the story that's not blatantly obvious right off the bat. The whole situation was kind of strange, that it was a single person was able to put a ladder up onto the building that was so close, and that building had a great vantage point of the whole thing. So why Secret Service hadn't scoped the building out, or didn't even have a member of security up on that building to make sure something like this didn't happen is just crazy to me, that there weren't those security measures taken place before he came out. It almost seems a little negligent on whoever was making decisions. And since then, we've also heard that, and I can't say whether this is true or not just yet, but we've heard that the gentleman who had taken the shot to kill the would-be assassin had sights on him for about 3 minutes, and he was being told not to take the shot, which is believable, just because I feel like there's a lot of corruption in today's politics and government, and a lot of it doesn't make sense, but I'm looking forward to figure out what the truth is in the next coming, days and weeks after more information is released.
The world's second largest economy is grappling with a real estate debt crisis, weakening consumption, and an aging population. Trade tensions with the United States and the European Union, which have sought to limit Beijing's access to sensitive technology, as well as putting up tariffs to protect their markets from cheap, subsidized Chinese goods, are also dragging growth down. In fact, official statistics show the economy grew by only 4.7% in the second quarter of the year. It represents the slowest rate of expansion since early 2023, when China was emerging from a crippling zero-COVID policy that actually strangled growth. Analysts, though polled by Bloomberg, had expected 5.1%. The figures came the same day that China's ruling Communist Party kicked off a key meeting led by President Xi Jinping, focused on the economy. But for further clarity, we have with us China expert Gunjan Singh, who's also Associate Professor at the O.P. Jindal Global University. Thank you so much for joining us on the World 24/7. Realistically, can we expect any major reforms at this meeting, Or should we expect a modest policy tweak that expands high-tech manufacturing and delivers a sprinkling of support to housing and households?
Good morning. Yeah, the third plenum is on, started on 15th. It's a 4-day event, will conclude on 18th. And as you rightly mentioned, the quarter figures were not in as China expected it to be. I think everybody was expected China to grow at least 5 or 5.1%, but the figures stand at 4.7%, which is little troubling for Xi Jinping at the moment. However, I think the figures also indicated that China had $100 billion trade surplus for just the month of June in the quarter. So that's something positive. Coming to the third plenum, it's been delayed, we all know. I think everybody was eagerly waiting to see when this will happen. Third plenums have historically been an insight into how China's economy is going to progress or what path the Chinese Communist Party will undertake vis-a-vis economy for the next 5 years. Major reforms would be, I don't think Xi Jinping is in a position or in a situation to undertake major reforms. But the challenges are huge, like as you mentioned, debt crisis, real estate, innovation, the challenges with the global trade, the upcoming US elections and tariffs and things, all will definitely be the focus. Plus, unemployment is also one of the major challenges. Domestic consumption is less in China. Xi Jinping had adopted or pushed for the dual circulation, which is promoting domestic consumption. Post-COVID, we've not seen any improvement in that. Chinese domestic consumptions are still way lower than global standards. So yes, the third plenum is much awaited, and there are major issues that Xi Jinping will have to focus on. But I still not think there'll be any major thing. I still think the focus may be on innovation and trying to keep the momentum of reforms going.
Right. But Beijing has said that it's aiming for 5% growth this year, enviable for many Western countries, but a far cry from the double-digit expansion that actually for years drove the Chinese economy. Gunjan, but experts highlight that the economic uncertainty is also fueling a vicious cycle that has kept consumption stubbornly low there.
Yeah, see, China has traditionally been an economy which focuses on saving. Chinese people tend to save a lot. We know that. And that has been one of the major challenges for the Communist Party, that pushing Chinese people to consume what they are producing. And Chinese government or the CCP, Xi Jinping still believe that if the domestic consumption improves, Chinese economy will survive this major turbulent phase. However, COVID, the way the global economy is dwindling, the way China is being pressurized with tariffs and other things, the Western world putting other limitations on the export of EVs and solar panels. So Chinese economy today, we cannot see it just in isolation. The global geopolitical scenario is also a major player. And COVID restrictions have also pushed Chinese people to save a lot. The stringent policies that the Xi Jinping government followed during COVID and the problems that the Chinese people faced has also had an impact on how Chinese people will spend. So the Chinese government will also, in this plenum, will also have to push towards building the trust of the people in the economy.
Yes.
Right now, I feel the Chinese people lack a little bit of trust in the way the economy is functioning and the Chinese Communist Party's response towards them. So it is more of a trust factor, I feel. If the Chinese government can show that it is pushing towards major reforms or reforms which will help the people in the long run, maybe we can see some increase in domestic consumption too.
Well, we'll be keeping a close eye on the key takeaways. Analysts say a lot is required for a full rebound in China as the country's economy has yet to bounce back more than 18 months after damaging COVID-19 restrictions ended. But thank you so much, Gunjan Singh, for joining us.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world.
Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
जब सैमसंग की शुरुआत हुई इन द ईयर 1938, सैमसंग ने तब इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स वगैरह बनाना स्टार्ट नहीं किया था. इट वॉजंट टिल ईयर 1969 कि सैमसंग इस फील्ड में आया. अब आप सोच रहे हैं कि उससे पहले सैमसंग क्या करता था? तो लेट मी टेल यू, सैमसंग ने बहुत ही हम्बल बिगिनिंग्स के साथ अपनी शुरुआत की थी. बेसिकली दे वर इनटू शुगर रिफाइनिंग टू टेक्स.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Aditi Bhardwaj and let's take a look at what's happening around the world and in India in this bulletin. So let's take a look at the top headlines. Karnataka government submits reply to National SC/ST panel, says the panel must specify the violations made by the Karnataka government, funds allocated to uplift a backward class. This is amid the row over Congress's SC/ST fund diversion allegations. Cauvery water war simmers. Now, Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister says ready to cooperate with the Tamil Nadu, not holding any water. Meanwhile, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin to hold an all-party meeting. Another political leader killed in Tamil Nadu. In Madurai, NT party leader hacked to death. Madurai cops probe personal enmity angle. And in Bihar, father of prominent Neta murdered. A VIP party chief's father murdered in Darbhanga. Mukesh Sahani is a prominent OBC politician in Bihar. An SIT has been formed to investigate VIP chief's father's murder. RJD claims lawlessness while JDU assures speedy probe. In the Jammu and Kashmir encounter with terrorists in Doda, at least 3 army jawans killed and 1 major killed. Operations continue, reinforcement moved. Meanwhile, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh speaks to Army Chief. Former US President Donald Trump makes first public appearance days after shooting. Bandaged Trump gets rousing welcome at Republican convention. Trump at convention with Vice President pick J.D. Vance. Trump and Vance officially become Republican nominees. The Karnataka government has submitted its report to the National SC/ST panel on the allegations that Congress government is diverting funds meant for scheduled caste and scheduled tribe communities to fulfill its guarantees that were made during the poll session. Now, Congress in its reply said where are the violations and BJP-ruled states must learn from the Karnataka model. My colleague Pratibha Raman is also joining us on the broadcast. Pratibha, and before going to Pratibha, we are also getting some political reactions. Listen in.
They should tell us that there are 3 clauses, 7A, 7B, 7C. Which of these clauses have been violated? Number 3, they should be happy that a state like Karnataka has ensured rights of Dalits, Adivasis and backward classes are being upheld here in state of Karnataka. They should write a letter to all BJP ruled states saying that look at the Karnataka model where budgets are allocated based on population for the upliftment of the SCs and STs. Where was this commission when in the previous government on the floor of the house, the then CM said 7,800 crores of CPTSP funds were diverted.
My colleague Pratibha Raman also joins me. Pratibha, BJP is accusing Karnataka government of scamming SC/ST community, whereas the Karnataka minister is now pointing out the fault of the BJP and the panel that where were these people when BJP also diverted funds in the state?
It all started with the Karnataka government having approved around 37% of the SC/ST welfare funds to be diverted and drive the welfare or the guarantee schemes that have been promised by the Congress government. Now, to justify this, the Congress leaders have mentioned that all of these funds are going to be utilized only to serve the SC/ST communities as far as the welfare schemes are concerned. And just when the BJP started pointing its fingers, the National Commission for the scheduled caste also issued a notice asking the Karnataka government to respond to these allegations here. And the Karnataka government just today has responded to this, stating that the diversion of funds are meant only for the welfare of the SC/ST communities and that they are not being siphoned off. We are talking of about 37% of it, which translates to around 14,000 crore rupees. And now the Karnataka Congress government has been sticking to its stand and also questioning the BJP government as to where was the commission when the BJP had siphoned off these funds and diverted these funds and not utilizing it for the welfare of the SC/ST communities. Where is the Congress going wrong? This is the statement that has been made by the Congress leaders, and now we'll have to wait to see the reaction that we would pick up from the BJP here, because the Karnataka Assembly session is on while the BJP has been picking on the Congress as far as the Valmiki as well as the Muda scam is concerned.
Right.
Whether this will also set off a political face-off on the floor of the House is something that needs to be closely watched. Back to you.
Right, Pratibha, stay with us. We are also tracking what's happening inside the Karnataka Assembly, and just in a few seconds, the Assembly will convene. But today, the showdown over Cauvery water war is expected to escalate. We have heard how Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar came out saying that Tamil Nadu should agree to its demand of making the Mekedatu Dam project, and the Karnataka government is not holding any water but is ready to cooperate with Tamil Nadu. Meanwhile, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin will hold an all-party meeting. This comes after Karnataka also held an all-party meeting to discuss what next to be done. Meanwhile, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has condemned Karnataka's stand on releasing a decreased quantum of Cauvery water to Tamil Nadu. Remember, this issue has been ongoing since several years, where both the states continue to demand more water from the Cauvery river. My colleagues Sam Daniel and Pratibha Raman are also joining us on this to detail more about it. We also have the reaction coming in of Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar explaining in detail what the latest appeal from the Karnataka government is to Tamil Nadu. Listen in.
From yesterday, I am getting good inflow, more than 50,000 inflow in Cauvery region, and whatever is there, we are allowing to go out of Harangi. One thing I would like to appeal to Tamil Nadu, see, for your interest and for our interest, more than our interest is your interest. This Mekedatu reservoir, you just permit us. Whatever storage we do, we will give you only that water. We can't take back that water. This is my simple, humble appeal on behalf of the people of Karnataka. You please permit us, don't object to us. We will cooperate in whatever way we can.
Now, my colleagues Pratibha Raman and Sam Daniel are joining us. Pratibha, let me come to you first. Karnataka is making an appeal to Tamil Nadu that give green signal to Mekedatu project, and there will be no dispute.
we're not just talking about a contentious issue like Cauvery, but Mekedatu Dam project has also been one of those pain points between the states of Tamil Nadu as well as Karnataka here. And with respect to the Cauvery water issue, yes, Karnataka did face a severe drought as well as heat wave, which amounted to several of the Congress leaders claiming that they wouldn't be able to accede to the demands of the Tamil Nadu government. We are talking of 1 TMC per day to be released by Karnataka until July 31st, and that's the order that has been issued by the regulatory board as well. And the all-party meet that was held in Karnataka recently, where all of the leaders decided on two things. One is to release a decreased amount of water instead of 1 TMC, which translates to 11,500. The Karnataka government decided to release around 8,000 cusecs of water. And second is to make an appeal to the regulatory board, talking about the dire situation that Karnataka is in. However, in the last 2 days, things seems to have changed into a positive note of sorts, with several of the leaders stating that there are copious rains and perhaps there could be a solution that can be sorted between both the states of Tamil Nadu as well as Karnataka. Back to you.
Right. Pratibha, we also have Sam Daniels joining us from Chennai. Sam, Karnataka is making an appeal to Tamil Nadu government. They are saying that we are ready to cooperate. We are not hoarding water. But Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin will hold an all-party meeting today. What is expected in the meeting?
Well, the all-party meeting is expected to recommend legal action against Karnataka because factually and legally speaking, it's a settled matter. The Cauvery Tribunal has settled this issue, giving a clear mandate in terms of the formula to be adopted by Karnataka in terms of the quantum of water to be released to Tamil Nadu, both during normal monsoon season and during distress season. In seasons like this, when there is inadequate rainfall, there is a clear formula, and that's what is expected of Karnataka to follow. And in the recent directive, the Cauvery Water Regulatory Authority had directed Karnataka to release 1 TMC of water every day till the 31st of July. Factoring in the storage in Karnataka reservoirs and the quantum of rainfall to be received according to the Met forecast. But even that, Karnataka did not comply with. It said it will only release around 8,000 cusecs of water, which is a third less than the direction. And it's in that context this meeting comes. On the ground, it's a severe blow for farmers already in the Delta region of Tamil Nadu. They lost one crop, the short-term Cauvery crop. Around 5 lakh acre of crops could not be cultivated. Now they are waiting for the second summer season in around 9 lakh acres. If Karnataka does not release waters, they overlook a double whammy of sorts, and that's why it's very important. And the question of Karnataka saying that we need waters for our farmers, that's not legally tenable because according to the mandate, the available water has to be shared between two states complying with the given formula. And Karnataka, just because it has reservoirs, it cannot claim complete ownership of those waters, but it has to really take into account the requirements of farmers who are on the other side, in the lower riparian side. It's in this context this becomes very important. But in Karnataka's point of view, this becomes a political issue, no matter who is in power, the BJP or the Congress, no matter even if their allies are in power in Tamil Nadu, they look at it through the prism of politics. And for them, if they release waters during a distress season, they're worried that it could lead to a kind of a backlash in terms of electoral losses. It's in this context, this becomes a problem every time. And in a few hours from now, we'll have a clear resolution passed by this meeting and we'll know what steps they plan to take.
Right, so here are we seeing Cauvery water war intensifying between Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. Thank you so much, Pratibha Raman and Sam Daniel, for joining us and giving us more details about it. Now, fresh political reaction has come in from Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar over the CBI case that he is facing in the disproportionate case. Now, D.K. Shivakumar claims that CBI is harassing some people needlessly and he will meet CBI in the next few days. Now, remember the top court turned down Karnataka Deputy CM's plea of quashing the CBI case. The Central Bureau of Investigation alleged that Shivakumar amassed assets disproportionate to his known sources of income between 2013 and 2018. Now, fresh political reaction has come in from Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister. Listen in.
Already, the same case has already been given to Lokayukta. Lokayukta also is investigating. And CBI is also investigated. I don't know why. CBI is just going out of their limits on their investigation. I have just next couple of days I will go and meet them personally, and I will tell them what is my objection on that issue. And I have not done nothing wrong, but they are just trying to harass a lot of our people who are unconnected, who are with so many years has happened. Anyway, that is my job. Anyway, I'm sure I haven't not done anything wrong. We will answer to them.
Now shifting our focus to the Tamil Nadu murder, well, days after Tamil Nadu BSP chief Armstrong was killed on July 5, viewers in Madurai, another political leader has been killed. Now NTK's Madurai North District Deputy Secretary Balasubramaniam was hacked to death this morning when he was walking in Bibikulam area. Now my colleague Sam Daniel is also reporting live on this story. Sam, the police suspect that there is a personal enmity angle in a family dispute which led to this murder. What more details can you share with us?
That's what the police say, Aditi. This murder of this NTK functionary has taken place during his morning walk in the Talakulam area in Madurai. And police deny it's a political murder, but they say initial reports suggest that it's because of personal enmity over a dispute within the family. And they also say at the moment they have not been able to secure any CCTV footage because there is no CCTVs in that particular vicinity. And investigation is underway. In a few hours we'll have more clarity in terms of the motive, exact motive behind this. But this is the second such murder of a political functionary in less than 10 days in Tamil Nadu. Earlier it was the Tamil Nadu BSP chief Armstrong who was hacked to death in Chennai around 10 days ago. And in that case too, police ruled out to be a political murder, and they argued it's a retaliation murder over the killing of a rowdy called Arkat Suresh a year ago. And that rowdy's family suspected that Armstrong was behind the killing. And this, in a sense, has set a worrying trend of political functionaries being targeted. And in the case of the Chennai murder, Armstrong murder, the police commissioner was transferred, and the new commissioner had said he would crack down on rowdies and he would speak to a language they would understand. And days after that, one of the 11 accused in the Armstrong murder case was shot dead in a police encounter in Chennai on Sunday. And police claim it was a case of the accused opening fire on the police when they were trying to recover a weapon he had hidden in a place outside Chennai. And again, this issue has raised questions in terms of human rights violations and perhaps any motive behind the police killing this particular accused.
Right. Thank you, Sam, for giving us all the details on this story, and we will continue to track it. Now, shifting our focus to Bihar, where the father of Vikashsheel Insan party chief Mukesh Sahni has been brutally murdered at their ancestral home in Bihar's Darbhanga district. Jitan Sahni's mutilated body was found in his house on the bed this morning. Now, senior police officer has confirmed the incident and said a police team is at Sahni's home. Now, an SIT has been formed in the case to investigate the murder. And Vikashsheel Insan party, remember viewers, contested with RJD, and it is an INDI bloc ally. Now, this party also has a strong support base in the OBC community, and there is a reaction also. There are political reactions also coming in. Take a look.
मुकेश सहनी जी के पिताजी की हत्या अत्यंत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, दुख का विषय है, खेद का विषय है। लेकिन मैं सरकार की तरफ से जरूर स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं कि शीघ्र कार्रवाई किया जाएगा और जो भी दोषी होंगे इसके तुरंत इनको सलाखों के अंदर डालने का काम किया जाएगा। सरकार पूरी तरह मुस्तैदी से मुकेश सहनी जी के परिवार के साथ खड़ा है और शीघ्र से शीघ्र कार्रवाई की जाएगी। मुकेश सहनी जी के पिताजी की हत्या अपने आप में दुखद विषय हम लोगों के लिए।
Now, my colleague Prabhakar Kumar, who has been tracking this development, is also joining us on the broadcast. Prabhakar, what details can you share us? What is the reason and who killed VIP Chief's father in Bihar?
It's too early to actually be arriving at the conclusion actually to what was the motive behind it and who killed him. But the Fact remains that Darbhanga police is on the job, and SIT has been formed, comprising of a senior IPS officer and also two junior officers, and they are already investigating into it. And as we speak, the senior SP of Darbhanga is parked there at the spot. Now, this incident happened somewhere between late yesterday evening and today morning. The motive is not clear. The police is still investigating into it, and this happened in the Birol subdivision of Darbhanga, which is an ancestral place of Mukesh Sahni, who happens to be the head of the VIP party. It's the political outfit which stands with the India Alliance in Bihar, and it's also contested on the 3 of the Lok Sabha seats during the recently concluded Lok Sabha elections. Now, Mukesh Sahni is an important political figure, and that's the reason why this murder has actually shot into limelight, and it has rolled into a political controversy, political brick battle, as well as we are seeing the opposition leaders targeting down.
Right, Prabhakar, we'll come to the politics session in a bit. Just let me give a brief about what the political blame game over murder of Neta's father is. While the RJD claims that there is lawlessness under Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar's rule, the RJD also says that there is an inept government who is in charge of Bihar. Meanwhile, the JDU has countered it, saying that RJD's lawlessness is just a gimmick, and JDU says that police will catch killers swiftly as a SIT has been formed in the case. Yes, Prabhakar, you were speaking on the politics. The RJD again has said that there is Jungle Raj. We also have political reactions. Listen in, then I'll come back to you, Prabhakar.
मुकेश सहनी जी के पिता की निर्मम हत्या की खबर ने पूरे बिहार को दहला दिया है। हर व्यक्ति चिंतित है कि आखिर बिहार में हो क्या रहा है। कोई ऐसा दिन नहीं है जहां हत्या की खबर नहीं आती है। शासन पूरी तरह से पंगु हो चुका है। माइंडलेस गवर्नमेंट है बिहार के अंदर में।
कोई भी व्यक्ति हो, एक सामान्य नागरिक के साथ भी यह घटना होती है तो यह विहित राज्य सरकार का कर्तव्य है कि बगैर देर किए हुए कठोरतम कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित करे। हम तो पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन पर भरोसा करते हैं। हम माननीय तेजस्वी यादव जी से भी अनुरोध करते हैं कि अगर आपके भी कार्यकर्ता हैं, आपके पास भी कोई जानकारी है तो पुलिस पदाधिकारी को उन तमाम जानकारी को उपलब्ध कराइए जिससे मुकेश सहनी जी को न्याय मिल सके।
Continues to stay with us. Prabhakar, we were just talking about how RJD is claiming there is Jungle Raj under CM Nitish Kumar.
Yeah, very rightly so, and it is very much of the expected line, I would say. Here's a case where a murder has happened, and he happens to be father of a senior political person of Bihar. So this was bound to happen. All the opposition parties, Congress, RJD, they're all now targeting the government over the lawlessness, because this is a broad day murder which can't be denied. Whereas the opposition party certainly looks to be on defensive, and they're saying that this is a stray incident which has happened, and the police is investigating into it, and they would take all possible measures to ensure that whosoever is behind this gruesome incident is brought to books. But the politics would certainly play in days to come, certainly over this particular issue. And as we speak, we are told that Mukesh Sahni, who happens to be the head of the VIP party, he was parked in Mumbai, and he's on way to Darbhanga. He's on way to his ancestral house to actually be with his family now.
Right. Thank you so much, Prabhakar, for giving us all the information, and we will be tracking it. And we're getting some breaking news now. Politics over the Doda encounter has begun, with the leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, saying that these consecutive incidents are worrisome and government of India should hold accountable and must ensure accountability. Now, this comes after 4 security personnel have lost their lives in the Doda encounter. And we also have Nazir Masoodi on the phone line with us, but we will go to him in a short while. For now, politics over Doda encounter continues to has erupted, with the Congress MP and leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, holding the government of India accountable, saying that back-to-back terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir are showing that how the situation in Jammu and Kashmir is deteriorating day by day, with back-to-back terror attacks happening. And in the early morning also we got the information that at least 4 security personnel lost their lives in the Doda encounter. Now the Congress claims that these encounters and these terror attacks are a result of a flawed policy of the Bharatiya Janata Party. It fails to maintain peace, law and order in Jammu and Kashmir, which is leading to such terror attacks. And the soft policies of the government is not ensuring that there is a complete ban on terror, there is a complete crackdown. Now, 9 soldiers have been killed in the last 7 days fighting terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir, and with the most recent coming in from Doda, where at least 4 people have lost their lives. Now, in this, the army is pushing back terror, and we saw how reinforcement were also moved in Doda to fight back terrorists. Now in this we are only getting that the political reactions are coming in, with Congress party targeting the center and holding them accountable for what's happening in Jammu and Kashmir. Remember, we saw how even the convoy of army was attacked in Jammu and Kashmir, and not just that, we also have now Nazir Masoodi live with us on the broadcast. Nazir, now the Congress party is claiming that the government of India has failed to ensure law and order and in Jammu and Kashmir, and failed to curb terror activities in the valley.
Well, that is something which is on expected lines whenever there have been such attacks. For example, after Kutwa attack, there was same statement from the Congress. But the problem is much serious than the political blame game. It's a real problem on the ground, where armies suffer casualties in attack after attack. Within 1 week, this is the second major attack on the army. 4 army soldiers, including 1 officer, have been killed yesterday evening after, according to army, they launched an operation based on a specific information about presence of militants in Desa forest of Doda district. What happened in the ensuing encounter? 4 army soldiers were killed. There are reports of some more injuries. 1 policeman is also reportedly injured. A week before, there was an attack, ambush on army trucks. 2 trucks were ambushed, 5 soldiers were killed and 5 others were injured. In last 32 months, 48 army soldiers, including officers, have been killed in Jammu region. Why it is so disturbing? Disturbing because Jammu was peaceful region. Militancy was completely restricted and limited to Kashmir Valley. And now it appears it has shifted from the plains of the valley to the mountains of Jammu. What is bigger worry that after every attack, militants literally disappear and troops are not able to track them down. So that is happening in most of the attacks. So what started in 2021, October 2021, it is spreading across Jammu region right up to the backyard of Punjab in Kutwa, where we saw last week attack. In fact, the General of Police, Jammu and Kashmir, R.R. Swain said some of the infiltration is taking place from Punjab border. So recently there was a joint meeting of the interstate meeting of J&K Police, Punjab Police and the BSF to work out how to deal with this situation. On the ground, it is a serious challenge how so many militants, and that too who appear to be well-trained, well-equipped, who are using M4 American carbines, who are using steel core bullets to target armored vehicles and the bulletproof vehicles, who are using state-of-art communication, which is hard for security agencies to intercept, like many satellite communication systems. So there's a complexion of militancy has changed, and those who have been pushed into the Jammu region appear to be highly trained. In fact, last year when there was an attack, that time army said these militants appear to be trained in multiple countries, including Pakistan and Afghanistan. So all these attacks or this resurgence of militancy in Jammu has started post ceasefire understanding between India and Pakistan in 2021. So what has changed so drastically? Why is the security gap? It can't go like this. That's why opposition is also targeting the government. Defense Minister on his part has spoken to the army chief and to review the security situation to get informed about what exactly has happened. And Prime Minister himself last month had asked army and the other security agencies to deploy their full spectrum of anti-terrorist capabilities to eliminate militancy. Home Minister Amit Shah has held a series of marathon meetings to review security situation and devise the strategy to finish militancy. Police, army, paramilitary, all are actually working, joining their hands to fight this. But Jammu, it's a difficult area, and what is bigger difficulty that they are not able to track down even the overground network or the local structure that may be helping them over the years, because someone coming from Pakistan all the way and carrying out so many attacks and then getting away without suffering a casualty is not just an easy thing. It is a very, very serious security challenge. So right now one or militancy operation is underway in Desa area of Doda district. So far there is no click if any of the attacker has been pinned down or cornered during this operation, because previous experience tell us they actually these attacks are premeditated, well planned, so that they can actually escape after the security forces repulse the attack. So it's a dynamic situation, evolving situation, and operation is underway. We have to see what security force has to say about it, how to prevent these attacks to finish militancy in Jammu region.
Right. Thank you so much, Nazir, for giving us all the details. We are seeing how Congress party is targeting the center over terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. Slipping into a short break, but more news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India, One World Hygiene.
As India gears up for the upcoming budget, a lot of expectations doing the rounds, and we have the tech sector that is looking at a transformative phase.
Finance Minister should look at giving the carrot to the youngsters. So the first increasing the slab.
On one side you want to incentivize startups to come into the thing, but then again you're taxing the angels.
When it comes to labor laws, it is still state specific. So we have employees in different states, and then there's a huge cost involved with with complying with the government laws.
I think we should embrace AI as a society. Figure out how do you take the conceptual thinking of AI to every school, every college, and every SME to leverage the power of AI, just like how we leverage the.
Now, more than 200 former Lok Sabha MPs who are yet to vacate their official bungalows in Lutyens, Delhi, have been issued eviction notices. Now, as per the sources in the Union Housing and Urban Affairs Ministry, their notices have been issued under the Public Premises Act. According to rules, the former MPs are required to vacate their official bungalows within a month of the dissolution of the previous Lok Sabha. Now, at least 200 MPs have been served this notice, and more than 200 former Lok Sabha MPs who are yet to vacate their official bungalows in Delhi have been issued eviction notices. And this is coming as per the sources in the Union Housing and Urban Affairs Ministry. Now, breaking news coming in the Delhi excise policy, alleged Delhi policy scam. A Supreme Court has issued notice to CBI and ED on AAP leader Manish Sisodia's bail plea. Now, ED and CBI response have been sought by July 29. The next date of hearing has been decided. Meanwhile, Aam Aadmi Party leader Sisodia claims in court that he has already spent 16 months in jail. Now, this comes after the plea of Manish Sisodia, where he urged to revive his bail plea. Now, Manish Sisodia, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, claims that he has already spent 16 months in jail, and the Supreme Court has said can approach for bail once again if trial is delayed. My colleague Ashish Bhargava is also joining us with more details. Ashish, we are seeing that how the Supreme Court has issued notice to CBI and ED on Manish Sisodia's bail plea.
Yeah, today it is a big hope for Manish Sisodia because the Supreme Court bench headed by Justice B.R. Gavai has issued notice to CBI as well as ED and seek response from the both agencies before July 29, and Supreme Court will again take up this matter on July 29. Here the petition, for Manish Sisodia, lawyer Vivek Jain argued that Manish Sisodia is behind the bar since 16 months, and in October 2023 Supreme Court clearly said if trial not finished, completed in 6 or 8 months, Manish Sisodia can approach again to the court for seeking a bail. So now he was telling the court that so many months has been passed since October 23, but trial is at same stage when it was at that time. So Supreme Court should consider bail to the Manish Sisodia, who is ex Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi. So Supreme Court has issued notice. It means Supreme Court will examine whether bail can be given to Manish Sisodia on the ground that trial is not yet started, and it will take some time, many months to be completed. So it's a big hope, big ray of hope for Manish Sisodia, and July 29 will be the very important day for Manish Sisodia in Delhi excise policy case. Yes.
Right, Ashish, thank you for giving us the details. In February 2023, as you pointed out, that Sisodia was arrested by the CBI for alleged irregularities in the framing and implementation of now scrapped Delhi's new excise policy. Ashish, continue to stay with us. We are getting more breaking news on this bulletin. Now in the Bengal teachers recruitment case, the Bengal government has challenged the High Court's decision. Now, top court has sought replies from all the parties. Chief Justice of India has said that reply need to be submitted within 2 weeks. Next hearing in the case is in 3 weeks. Remember, High Court had cancelled 24,000 jobs of teachers in West Bengal after irregularities were found. My colleague Ashish Kumar Bhargava continues to stay with us. Ashish, what more details can you give us?
Second hearing. In first hearing on May 7th, Supreme Court has stayed the West Bengal Kolkata High Court order, quashing all these 2016 appointments by the government. But Supreme Court has clearly given go ahead to the CBI, but said no coercive action can be taken by the CBI against any of the candidate or any officer of West Bengal government. Now today it was hearing to Supreme Court bench headed by Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrababu was told by the petitioner that no counter affidavit has been filed, no response has been filed by the respondents. So Supreme Court said it's a bulky case, so it will take some time to decide, but Supreme Court has clearly made 6 categories of the cases and asked the respondents to file their response within 2 months. Supreme Court also said if the response, the counter affidavit are not filed within 2 months, so their right to file affidavit will be closed. So it will be a big case. Supreme Court will take this case after 3 weeks. Supreme Court has made some nodal officers also, so can all the pleadings, all the petitions or the counter affidavit can be combined, compiled and filed before the Supreme Court. Supreme Court will take this matter after 3 weeks. Meanwhile, the interim order of Supreme Court on May 7 will continue. Means CBI can investigate this matter but can't take coercive action against any candidate or any government official on this. Yes.
Right, and when the decision of the High Court had come, many teachers who lost their jobs blamed the West Bengal government for these irregularities and demanded answers from the government in West Bengal. Now it remains to be seen what happens next in the case. The case will be heard in the next 3 weeks. Slipping into a very short break, more news and updates continue on the other side.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
As India gears up for the upcoming budget, a lot of expectations doing the rounds, and we have the tech sector that is looking at a transformative phase.
Finance Minister should look at giving the carrot to the youngsters. So first increasing the slab.
On one side you want to incentivize startups to come into the thing, but then again you're taxing the angels.
When it comes to labor laws, it is still state specific. So we have employees in different states, and then there's a huge cost involved with with complying with the government laws.
I think we should embrace AI as a society. Figure out how do you take the conceptual thinking of AI to every school, every college, and every SME to leverage the power of AI, just like how we leverage the power of mathematics.
Continue to have those investments that we have seen in the past at the similar pace that is required.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
This is about Samsung smartphones, and Samsung smartphones, I'm sure the user base is huge. तो हो सकता है आपके पास या आपके किसी फैमिली मेंबर के पास भी Samsung का फोन हो. All you need to do is to just punch in a very secret code.
Now, Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu is in Delhi. He will be meeting the top NDA netas in Delhi ahead of the union budget. Naidu to decide party position on Andhra Pradesh funds demand. Remember, Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister is demanding a special package for Andhra Pradesh from Finance Minister and other leaders in the NDA cabinet. Now, the budget session is scheduled in the next week, and my colleague Vasudha Venugopal has more details. Listen in.
This is Chandrababu Naidu, TDP Supremo and the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, showing that he knows what his power is, in the present NDA government. With TDP, 16 MPs is the most important constituent of the NDA. Chandrababu Naidu was in Delhi just 2 weeks ago when he met not just the Prime Minister, but also senior ministers like Nirmala Sitharaman, Amit Shah, Piyush Goyal, and also Rajnath Singh and also Nitin Gadkari. He has put forward his demands, is what our sources have been saying, that, these demands Vance could go up to 1 lakh crore. He's not demanding an SES, which is a special category status, something that's been a point of contention between him and the BJP in the past. He has steered clear of that, but he is clearly demanding a lot of funds to run his government, to basically, to fund his welfare schemes, and also to ensure that projects such as Polavaram and Amravati, two big projects. Amravati is the capital city that he has envisioned for his own state, and also the Polavaram project, which he says will actually help the farmers of the state. Both these projects had been stalled during Jagan Reddy YSRCP government. So, he is basically demanding funds for both of these, and also to run his government, and also to ensure that the AP Reorganization Act has several aspects to it, which actually basically depends on the central funds. So this visit by Chandrababu Naidu is all the more important because he is going to meet ministers again, is what I've been told. It's going to be a 2-day meeting. He arrives today and he's going to be there till tomorrow evening. So a lot of time, and just in time before the budget to reaffirm and sort of, to push again all his demands that he has been making with regard to what the state needs and deserves, with his party, with his ruling party supporting the BJP at the center. So this is his time to extract the pound of flesh, and he's not really letting that go.
Now, the Himachal Pradesh government has warned that FIRs will be filed against those spreading false news against Chief Minister Sukhvinder Singh Sukhu on social media. Now, Principal Advisor said that the state government has taken strict action against the dissemination of false news targeting the Chief Minister on social media.
Media advisor to the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh, Sukhvinder Singh Sukhu, he has given a press statement in writing saying those who are trying to defame the Chief Minister without having the facts, and if they are going to put any story on air, or they are going to write something against the Chief Minister who doesn't have the facts in the story, action will be taken against those people who are involved in such campaign against the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh. We have seen they have already advised and asked that the facts and figures should be taken into consideration while putting a story on air or while writing something. At the same time, we have seen some of the media, they are saying those who are running such type of stories against the Chief Minister to defame him, we have already taken the legal action. So somewhere down the lane, we have seen immediately after by-polls, when the Chief Minister has proved his mettle before the party high command, he has taken such type of a decision immediately so that he will not be able to defame in the circle of media if there is no fact. So let's see that how the opposition party, they are going to react, because if we can see from the prison of media, it seems that freedom of expression is a part of journalism. Whether these medias or where we have seen in the writing, which they have already indicated that some of the media person or some of the media channels, those are trying to run such type of stories to defame the Chief Minister. Whether they are really having the facts or not, that is yet to be seen. But as of now, it seems a very, very clear directions had been given by the media advisor of the Chief Minister to saying that they are going to take a legal action if any story is going to publish and putting it on air without having the facts. Back to studio.
Now, the Delhi police will likely to file the charge sheet in connection with the case of assault on Aam Aadmi Party MP Swati Maliwal, allegedly by Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's aide Bibhav Kumar, on Tuesday at a local court. Now, police have almost concluded the investigation and they are ready to file the charge sheet against Bibhav Kumar, and this will be an over 1,000-page charge sheet. My colleague Mukesh Singh Singer has more details.
ये चार्जशीट आईपीसी की धारा 308, 341, 354, 506 और 509 के तहत दिल्ली पुलिस कोर्ट में पेश कर सकती है। इसमें जो आरोपी हैं, एक्यूज्ड हैं, वो दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल के पीए विभव कुमार हैं और उनके खिलाफ ये चार्जशीट दायर होगी। इस चार्जशीट में जो सीएम आवास के घर पर जो 13 मई को सुरक्षा गार्ड थे, उनका बयान रिकॉर्ड है। स्वाति मालीवाल का स्टेटमेंट सीआरपीसी 164 में लिया गया था, उस बयान को साथ में लेगी। साथ में जो अरविंद केजरीवाल के घर में सीसीटीवी कैमरे लगे हैं, उनका जो फुटेज है, उसका डीवीआर भी दिल्ली पुलिस ने सीज किया था। विभव कुमार के 2 मोबाइल सीज किए थे। स्वाति मालीवाल ने घटना के वक्त जो कपड़े पहने हुए थे, वो कपड़ों की रिपोर्ट, जो फॉरेंसिक रिपोर्ट है, वो अभी आनी है, वो अवेटिंग है। तो ये तमाम जो एविडेंस हैं, वो सारे एविडेंस जो कॉल रिकॉर्ड्स हैं, जो मोबाइल की लोकेशन है, ये सारी चीजें जो दिल्ली पुलिस है उसने अपनी चार्जशीट में इंक्लूड की हैं और ये चार्जशीट जो है वो कोर्ट में दायर होने वाली है। 1000 पन्नों की ये चार्जशीट है और पुलिस के मुताबिक इसमें जो स्वाति मालीवाल ने एलिगेशन लगाए थे कि जब 13 मई को वो अरविंद केजरीवाल के यहाँ गई थी तो जब उनसे मिलने की कोशिश कर रही थी उसी दौरान विभव कुमार ने उनको बुरी तरह मारा पीटा, उनको लातों से मारा और फिर उनको घर से बाहर निकाल दिया। तो इसको लेकर दिल्ली पुलिस ने केस दर्ज किया था। विभव कुमार को 18 मई को गिरफ्तार किया गया था, तब से वो जेल में हैं। कुछ दिन पहले दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट ने उनकी बेल भी खारिज कर दी थी। तो कुल मिलाकर आज का दिन काफी इंपॉर्टेंट है स्वाति मालीवाल केस में, क्योंकि इस मामले में दिल्ली पुलिस 1000 पन्नों की चार्जशीट दायर करने वाली है।
And slipping into a very short break, stay tuned and continue watching NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Karnataka government submits reply to the National SC/ST panel. Panel must specify the violation, asks Karnataka government, and says the funds allocated to uplift backward class. Cauvery water war simmers. Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar says we are ready to cooperate and not holding any water. Meanwhile, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin will be holding a all-party meeting. Another political leader killed in Tamil Nadu. In Madurai, NT-party leader hacked to death. Madurai cops probe a personal enmity angle. And in Bihar, father of prominent Neta murder. VIP party chief's father murdered in Darbhanga. Mukesh Sahani is a prominent OBC politician in Bihar. SIT has been formed in the case, while RJD claims lawlessness. J.D. assured speedy probe.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Now, former United States President Donald Trump chose J.D. Vance, the rookie senator from Ohio, as his vice presidential pick. Trump made the announcement as the Republican convention kicked off in Milwaukee just 2 days after he survived an assassination attempt at a campaign rally in Pennsylvania. Now, Trump announced 39-year-old Ohio Senator J.D. Vance as his vice presidential pick, rewarding a one-time harsh critic who became one of his most reliable and uncompromising supporter. Vance is also one of the least experienced vice presidential picks in modern history. The selection of Vance, who only joined the Senate in 2023, will likely alarm Ukraine and its supporters. Vance has been a key figure in blocking Ukraine aid, writing in April that he remains opposed to virtually any proposal for a continued funding. The Republican Party formally nominated Donald Trump as their candidate for president, and the former president in the evening appeared at the convention in his first public outing since being wounded by a gunman on Saturday. Now, many eyewitnesses are also recalling that the rally in Pennsylvania over the weekend was a positive experience until the former US president was shot at, and then a kind of confusion and fear set in. Now, Trump shooting eyewitness spoke to NDTV and listening to what he has to detail and explore.
There is a sense, because now I'm sure you've also been watching it. We have been following this story for the time it happened, and it's been more than 24 hours. Investigation is going on. President Joe Biden came out and said, let's not get into any conjectures, let the law enforcement agencies do their job. But as somebody who is a follower, who's a supporter of Donald Trump, is there a sense about something more that could have happened, or do you also believe it was a lone wolf attack, and thankfully Donald Trump is still alive?
There's always more to it. There's always stuff. We're going to be finding stuff out for the next few weeks. We've already found out a lot this past 24 hours, but there's always more to the story that's not blatantly obvious right off the bat. The whole situation was kind of strange, that it was a single person was able to put a ladder up onto the building that was so close, and that building had a great vantage point of the whole thing. So why Secret Service hadn't scoped the building out, or didn't even have a member of security up on that building to make sure something like this didn't happen is just crazy to me, that there weren't those security measures taking place before he came out. It almost seems a little negligent on whoever was making decisions. And since then, we've also heard that, and I can't say whether this is true or not just yet, but we've heard that the gentleman who had taken the shot to kill the would-be assassin had sights on him for about 3 minutes, and he was being told not to take the shot, which is believable, just because I feel like there's a lot of corruption in today's politics and government, and a lot of it doesn't make sense, but I'm looking forward to figure out what the truth is in the next coming, days and weeks after more information is released.
Now, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar will pay a 2-day visit to Mauritius with an aim to explore ways to expand bilateral ties. Dr. Jaishankar will call on Prime Minister of Mauritius, will hold bilateral meetings with other senior ministers. The visit also underscores the importance of the India-Mauritius relationship and is a reflection of India's neighborhood first policy, the security and growth for all in the region vision and commitment to the global south. Now, Apple's annual sales in India hit a record of almost $8 billion. My colleague Sakshi Bajaj has the details.
Apple's India sales hitting a record high of nearly $8 billion. Now, this, of course, shows that Apple's India revenue jumps about 33% in just 1 year. iPhone sales account for more than half of the total sales, as you mentioned, and experts saying that the surge in sales is reflecting Apple's effort to increase market share in India. It also goes to show that Apple's progress is steady in diversifying beyond the Chinese market, in particular as far as manufacturing and revenue streams at large are concerned. So experts clearly cheering the fact that Apple's India market share is now jumping. Apple also now, of course, this data indicates, as per experts and initial reports, that Apple now makes as much as 14%, or about 1 in every 7 of its flagship devices in India.
Now, the Spanish national team returned to Madrid after winning the Euros in Germany. Fans congregated on the streets for the team's victory parade as the players celebrated with the trophy. And those are the visuals coming in after the victory parade was held in Madrid after they won the the Euros in Germany. Slipping into a very short break, more news and updates on the other side.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है। चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो। पैसाबाजार.com।
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
As India gears up for the upcoming budget, a lot of expectations doing the rounds, and we have the tech sector that is looking at a transformative phase.
Finance Minister should look at giving the carrot to the youngsters. So the first increasing the slab.
On one side, you want to incentivize startups to come into thing, but then again, you're taxing the angels.
When it comes to labor laws, it is still state specific. So we have employees in different states, and then there's a huge cost involved with with the complying with the government laws.
I think we should embrace AI as a society. Figure out how do you take the conceptual thinking of AI to every school, every college, and every SME to leverage the power of AI, just like how we leverage the power of mathematics.
Continue to have those investments that we have seen in the past at the similar pace that is required.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
In Jammu and Kashmir, an encounter has taken place with terrorists in which 4 army officials have died. We're talking about 3 Jawans and 1 Major killed in that encounter that's taken place. Operations are still on. Reinforcements have been moved. Rahul Gandhi speaks on that Doda encounter that's taken place, saying that the government must ensure accountability and take responsibility for these consecutive incidents that are worrisome. And it's the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh who's gone on to say that the nation is with the soldiers. In the Delhi liquor policy case, the Supreme Court has issued a notice to the CBI and the ED regarding Manish Sisodia's bail plea, saying that he's been behind bars for 16 months without a trial. In the Cauvery water war, it's Karnataka appealing to Tamil Nadu. The Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, D.K. Shivakumar, has said that they're ready to cooperate and they're not hoarding water. It's the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister who has called for that all-party meeting. Another political leader has been killed in Tamil Nadu. In Madurai, NTK, a party leader, hacked to death. In the police there are saying that it perhaps is a case of personal enmity. In Bihar, the father of a prominent Neta has been murdered inside his own residence. This is the VIP party chief's father who's been murdered in Bihar's Darbhanga. And stunning details as far as the Trump shooting incident is concerned. The shooter was spotted before the incident that took place. Apparently, snipers were around the area where the shooter was, in fact, at the time of that rally. Donald Trump makes his first public appearance after that assassination bid. Vance Trump gets a rousing welcome at the Republican convention in Milwaukee, and he has, in fact, chosen his running mate. We're talking about his vice president candidate, and he's picked J.D. Vance. Officially, J.D. Vance and Trump have become Republican nominees. A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vata. We have a whole lot lined up for you over the next 1 hour, including a very tragic news coming in of 4 Indian Army soldiers, including a major. They've been killed in an encounter that's taken place in the Doda district of Jammu and Kashmir. Now, according to officials, there was a joint operation which was held by the Indian Army as well as the police of Jammu and Kashmir that launched that attack in the area. This is the Disa area of Doda, based on specific information regarding the presence of terrorists. They had information that there were about 2 to 3 terrorists in the area, and the contact with the terrorists was established at about 9 o'clock at night, in which heavy firefighting was ensued. And initial reports have suggested that this is what has happened. 4 people have lost their lives, 3 Jawans and 1 major have died in that incident. Well, we have Nazir joining us to get us more on this. Nazir, what is the reason behind these attacks taking place in the Jammu region back to back with an encounter in Doda region, which is really far from the line of action control?
Well, a host of reasons are believed to be this surge in militancy in Jammu, or rather eruption of militancy in Jammu. The areas which were completely free from militancy have become hotbed of militancy. Having said that, right now, an operation is underway to track down the militants, attackers who are involved into the killing of 4 soldiers, including officers, late last evening, when Army and police launched a joint operation in Desa area, Desa forest of Doda district. Helicopters are hovering in the operation area. Drones are being used to spot the militants wherever they are hiding, because so far the security force, it appears, have not been able to pin down any of the attacker or corner them. In the recent attack, for example, in Kutwa, last week there was an attack, ambush an army, where 2 trucks were ambushed and 5 soldiers were killed and 5 others were injured. Attackers managed to escape. In last 32 months in Jammu region, 48 army soldiers, including officers, have been killed, raising a lot of concern, because it's not just one-off incident which has happened. This clearly shows that the militants have set up their base, they're choosing their target, they're choosing the place where they can target the security force and also manage to escape, and also have set up such bases or hideouts in the region which are very hard to detect. What we so far know is the kind of communication which they are using, which is many satellite these communication systems, which is very difficult for the security agencies to intercept. They are using American M4 carbines, which are used in these attacks. They are using steel core bullets, which are used against the armored vehicles or the bulletproof vehicles to inflict casualties, even when the security forces are traveling in the bulletproof vehicles. So it's a very complex and a difficult situation, and above all, the militants who have been pushed into the Jammu region appear to be highly trained. In fact, after last year's November attacks on army, in which special forces personnel were killed in 2 twin attacks, the army said these militants have been trained in multiple countries, including Afghanistan, Pakistan. So when you send this type of batch of militants who are trained in jungle warfare, who can use state-of-art weaponry, who have all the wherewithal to hide in the jungles, and it has not happened. Somewhere there has been the lapse where they could build their bases, their hideouts all along, and then for last maybe year, 2 or 3 years, and it remained undetected. And once they thought they can carry out these attacks, they have increased these attacks. You can, if you see this spate of attacks, and entire Jammu region appear to be infested by militants, that too Pakistani foreign militants. It's all started from Rajouri and Poonch in October 2021. Then it spread to the Rajouri, Poonch district, and then Riyasi district, Udhampur, Kutwa, which is at the backyard of this Punjab state, and then now in Doda. In last 1 month, there have been 4 incidents of militancy in Doda. So it clearly shows it's not just one group, it's not 2 groups, it's more than 1-2 groups, and it is a very difficult terrain. This is a rugged terrain, mountains, dense forests. So couple of the challenge, geographical challenge. They are also demographic challenge also, because the mixed population we have seen, and the security force have said they actually want to destabilize peace in the region. That's why we have seen last month there was attack on Yatris also, Mata Vaishno Devi pilgrims also, when 9 pilgrims were killed when a bus they were traveling in has been attacked. So a really complex situation, but security forces have been launching relentless operation, not without much success. But right now an operation is underway to track down the attackers in this area of Doda district.
Right. Of course, there is also a political reaction coming out of this, and it is Rahul Gandhi who's gone on to condemn the attack, saying that these consecutive incidents are worrisome. He's also targeted the government over these attacks, stating that it's the soldiers who are bearing the brunt of the wrong policies of the BJP, while it's the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh who's gone on to say that the nation is with the soldiers. So, Nazir, Rahul Gandhi there, asking the BJP to take full responsibility of these attacks that have been taking place literally back to back.
Well, if you see, these attacks were happening last year. So many attacks, including attacks on the special forces. But Congress would not. I don't remember last year Congress issuing statements. But having said that, after the election, since the opposition has got its mojo back, they are issuing statement after every attack. But these attacks, the situation is much serious than the political blame game. While the Rahul Gandhi is asking for answers, what has so badly changed in Jammu region? It is actually bleeding. There are attacks. Government, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has spoken to Army Chief, and he has been briefed about the situation, the operation, and also why all this is happening. At the highest level, Prime Minister himself held a meeting last month and asked armed forces to deploy its full spectrum of anti-terrorist capabilities to invalidate militancy. Home Minister Amit Shah himself held marathon series meetings with the security agencies, and then at the ground level, be it Army Chief visiting the region, and then the top BSF officers, CRPF officers, Jammu and Kashmir police. There was also anti-state, interstate meeting. Between Punjab, Jammu and Kashmir police, and also the BSF. They held also a joint meeting with the police chiefs of both the states to work out a strategy to, factor in what exactly is going wrong. Yesterday, Director General of Police, Jammu and Kashmir, R.R. Swain, said that some of the infiltration is also taking place from the Punjab border. That makes this situation much more complex. Right. Because normally, initially, it used to be only the line of control in Kashmir Valley. While the valley is relatively calm, we see spate of attacks in Jammu region. That is why we see opposition has trained its guns on government and asking answers why situation has worsened to this level that army has suffered casualties, 48 casualties in 32 months in Jammu region, which was peaceful, which was free from militancy till few years back.
Right, 48 lives have been lost in a matter of 32 months, like Nazir was reporting. Thank you so much for getting us those details. And to get more on this, we have Shazia Ilmi of the BJP, and we also have with us Wing Commander Anuma Acharya, retired. This is also from the Congress party, joining us. Thank you so much for speaking to us. Shazia, over to you first. When we talk about Rahul Gandhi, they're asking the government to take full responsibilities of these attacks, which are on the rise in recent times. He's also gone on to say that, it is the soldiers that are bearing the brunt of the wrong policies, referring to the wrong policies, perhaps is being seen as an attack on the Modi government over the scrapping of Article 370.
First of all, I'd like to say that it's rather disgraceful of Rahul Gandhi to drag our army, our Jawans, our security forces, our military apparatus in the realm of politics and to wade in there. He's done it before. He has mocked the army before. I remember how he talked about the skirmishes that happened between the soldiers and how he said ki hamare jawan pit rahe hain, like our jawans are getting thrashed, and in fact the contrary was true. He has been corrected more often than not, and again he's dragging something very serious, and this is extremely serious. It's something that makes all of us grieve and mourn. And the fact is, just like your correspondent explained, that while the valley remains safe and much better than before, it is the whole theatre has shifted to Jammu region. If you were to see, there's been overall a 66% decrease in terrorist attacks overall. and almost 18% reduction of casualties, killings that have happened. Now, if I were to say
Shazia,
for
would you
all
say
those
there's a
times-
shift as far as the targeted areas are concerned, given the fact that we're talking about Doda, which is very far from the line of actual control. We're talking about the Jammu region, which has always been considered a safer and calmer region in comparison to Kashmir.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right. There is actually a complete shift in the area chosen, and that area is also difficult. There are the forests, and it's a tough terrain to navigate. And so there are new strategies, new tactics that are required. But my problem is dragging, politics is one thing. Some things are sacrosanct. I don't think Rahul Gandhi has displayed complete immaturity. And I find it absolutely condemnable the way he's spoken of the army and the Jawans. Instead of working with the government to ensure that we have the best possible solutions to such a nasty malaise, the infiltration that we suffer day after day. You're dragging the army, you're making it about the government, you're making it about BJP Congress. If I were to ask him and say, how do you explain for the militancy rise that happened on your watch, on the watch of Congress party for years and years? Would he take responsibility for the killings of so many people? What would he say? But nobody does that, you see, when it comes to the army. Rahul Gandhi is one unique specimen. And that's why I say that it's
let
really
me just
not
get, let's also get our next guest in here at this point in time. Anuma Acharya, what would you make of, what Shazia Ilmi just said regarding it's Rahul Gandhi, who should actually be working with the government. But,
First of
one
all,
would have to...
my condolences.
Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
First of all, my heartfelt condolences for our soldiers who martyred there. And secondly, this is BJP, always misleads the nation that when we ask a question from the government of the day, they always take it to the armed forces side. I am an armed forces officer. I'm a veteran now. So I have to say this with a lot of responsibility that the kind of attacks and terrorist outfits have grown in the valley in last 10 years. That is something which you must note, because you know what has happened in 2014. If you talk about, we had 222 incidents in the whole year, and the security forces killed were 47 and civilians killed were 28 and terrorists killed were 110. But when we came to 2019, we are talking about the year they have imposed or they have abrogation of Article 370. On that year itself, there were 594 incidents killing. Security forces were 80. I have the data. Civilians killed were 39 and terrorists killed were 157. And thereafter, if you see, in last 4 years, if I can talk about this, HMT Srinagar terrorist attack was on 26 November 2020. After that, there was one Srinagar airbase, the drone attack was happened. Then there was this Bandipur, 4th August 2021. Then Punch Rajouri, 20th April 2023. Then Dantewada, 2023. Anantnag, 13th September 2023. And thereafter, we have seen in last 2 months, so many of the people of our soldiers have killed. Now,
right,
one
if we
thing
take
is very
into
clear.
account the statistics, ma'am, is 48 soldiers of ours have died in a matter of 32 months.
Would you like to just complete what I want to say? See, there is a national security advisor who is 79 years old, an old man who is not able to control this, whatever is intelligence failure happening very often. It's so shameful. This government is incapable, because we see one DSP who was bringing the terrorists. Nobody knows in the country what happened to that Devinder Singh. What kind of punishment awarded to him? Nobody knows in this country. And this government only is playing on instigating our patriotic, feelings of our country. Every time they are not able to be successful in stopping this intelligence failure. This old man has been put again and again. I do not know what is their strategy, because they have always been playing on spreading rumors. Bharatiya Janata Party is such a big failure. They have really put our armed forces into a spot They don't even
Can I come in?
hold
I
their
think
lines.
Shazia, how would you respond to...
Listen to me, Divya. It is not a
I
joke
think this
going
is
on
complete
here.
madness.
Every time you are
Shazia,
talking about
Shazia, how would you respond to Aruna Acharya saying that the numbers at the statistics have only gone up? You said that the statistics have come down. We are seeing a rise, especially in the last month or two.
kind of debate.
Just put and behaving in this absolutely terrible manner. I think it's despicable, it's despicable how this lady is conducting herself.
This is not a
there is a statistics.
This is a matter where
behave yourself.
Ma'am, let Shazia just respond to her saying earlier that the statistics have gone down. Let's just get a reaction from the BJP.
Their spokesperson. It is the matter of our armed forces.
Shazia, go
ahead. Ma'am, stop capitalizing on deaths of our jawans. It's very disgusting. And don't do politics. And no. It's insanity. What you displayed was insanity. A normal person, a normal Indian won't do that. You're so lost in pleasing your bosses in the Congress that you don't even have any regard about how you want to speak about our army. So, I really think you calm down and behave better. Behave better. And our jawans, our army deserves better than people like you screaming and capitalizing on the deaths. Okay, I want to tell you now. Please stop speaking, ma'am. Ma'am, you've lost your cool. You've lost your marbles. Please behave yourself. Please behave yourself.
There is no meaning for the country,
how do you expect me to speak with this woman raving and ranting away and shrieking away like a banshee?
Ma'am, let just Shazia respond to you saying that the number of statistics as far as the attacks in the valley is concerned in Jammu and Kashmir has increased over the years.
So
Shazia, how would you react?
So 2010, the pelting incidents were, if you see, the pelting incidents have come down to almost 100%. You remember how many 2023 they were, and now there's a 66% and almost 80%.
Shazia, given the fact, when we talk about the recent times, what are we seeing on the ground? We are seeing our soldiers losing their lives, 48 in number in the matter of 32 months.
Yes, and that is extreme. And for that there have been high-level meetings. How to have, that's what I was talking about, because the terrain has shifted. Overall, if you see the activities, if you see, there's an 81% decrease of civilian deaths, casualties and terrorism attacks by more than 70%. But because of the recent spurt that you see, and that's high, and there's no way you can
Shazia, given the fact that we are seeing an increase, especially in the Jammu region, it is raising questions of concern when it comes to the security lapses there in the region. Thank you so much for speaking to us here on NDTV. I'm afraid we are completely out of time. And with that, we're slipping to a very short break. Back with a whole lot more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. Janta ko decide karna hai.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Welcome back. In the Delhi liquor policy case, the Supreme Court has now issued a notice to the CBI and also a notice to the Enforcement Directorate. This is a notice as regarding the bail plea of Manish Sisodia. It's been 16 months and he's been behind bars without a trial. The next hearing is coming up on the 29th of this month. The Supreme Court, do remember, has in fact rejected that bail plea. The application in the money laundering and corruption cases registered over the alleged liquor policy scam. The Delhi court extended the judicial custody of the Aam Aadmi Party leader and the former Deputy Chief Minister in that corruption case related. This happened yesterday on Monday. So do remember, he was arrested by the CBI first and then the ED on the 26th of February, then by the ED on the 9th of March. And he has been behind bars for 16 months now without a trial. We have Aishwarya joining us. Aishwarya, take us through. It was Manish Sisodia who would move the Supreme Court seeking bail over his delay in the commencement of the trial. And on those very grounds, it is the Supreme Court that's now sent a notice to the CBI and the Enforcement Directorate as well.
Well, certainly remember it was the Supreme Court who earlier had dismissed 3 of his pleas. It was a regular plea, bail plea that was filed, in a review plea, and also then a curative plea that was filed, and all 3 were dismissed. But it was in the last hearing, it was stated by the Supreme Court that if the trials doesn't go in time and the case doesn't start, then he can file for a bail petition, and therefore the reasons Manish Sisodia reached out to the Supreme Court for the bail petition. But today, when the Chief Justice of India had constituted a fresh bench to hear this matter, it was the notices that was served to the CBI and to the Enforcement Directorate, and the Supreme Court stated that they had to reply by July 29th, and till the time if the case doesn't start or the trial doesn't start, then of course he can file for a fresh bail plea. But certainly it is Supreme Court who had said that they can approach for bail once again if trial is delayed, and trial has not even started, is something that Sisodia's lawyer has stated. Remember, it was Manish Sisodia who has stated that for 16 months he is behind the bar and behind the jail, and certainly it is the case which is getting delayed and delayed. Trial has not been started, and it is against the rights of any individual. In the petition, he had also mentioned that because no such new evidence had been found against him by the Central Bureau of Investigation, which later had arrested Manish Sisodia, Deputy Chief Minister, before the Enforcement Directorate. It was stated that the fresh evidences had not been gathered. But remember, in the charge sheet filed by the Enforcement Directorate earlier, it was several documents, evidences, and also the statements that were against Manish Sisodia, and therefore the reason his 3 of his bail pleas were rejected. Bail, review, and curative, all were rejected by the Supreme Court earlier. But now it all depends on July 29 what CBI Enforcement Directorate replies in the notices that have been served to them, and also Manish Sisodia, who had stated that the trial has not been started. Whether the trial delays from here on or it gets started is something that remains to be seen.
Right. Thank you so much, Aishwarya. We will keep tracking that story and coming back to you for more on that. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more. Stay with us.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
As India gears up for the upcoming budget, a lot of expectations doing the rounds, and we have the tech sector that is looking at a transformative phase.
The finance minister should look at giving the carrot to the youngsters. So the first increasing the slab.
On one side, you want to incentivize startups to come into thing, but then again, you're taxing the angels.
When it comes to labor laws, it is still state specific. So we have employees in different states, and then there's a huge cost involved with with complying with the government laws.
I think we should embrace AI as a society. Figure out how do you take the conceptual thinking of AI to every school, every college, and every SME to leverage the power of AI, just like how we leverage the power of mathematics.
Continue to have those investments that we have seen in the past at the similar pace that is required.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become.
Encounters taken place with terrorists in the Doda district of Jammu and Kashmir. The police have said that 4 people have died, which includes 3 army jawans and 1 major. The operations are still underway. Reinforcements have been moved. And Rahul Gandhi has spoken about this encounter that's taken place in the Doda district. Says that the government must ensure accountability. They must take responsibility for these consecutive incidents that are worrisome. And the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has gone on to say that the nation is with the soldiers. In the Delhi liquor policy case, it's the Supreme Court that has issued now a notice to the CBI and the Enforcement Directorate in regard to Manish Sisodia's bail plea, saying that it's been 16 months and he has been behind bars without a trial. In the Cauvery water war, it's the Karnataka government now appealing to Tamil Nadu, with the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, D.K. Shivakumar, ready to cooperate, is what he's saying, that they're not hoarding water. It is the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister who has called for that all-party meet. Another political leader has been killed in Tamil Nadu. We're talking about the NTK party leader who's been hacked to death in Madurai. The police are now saying that it perhaps could have been a case of personal enmity. Another case coming out of Bihar, and this time it's the father of a prominent Neta who has been murdered. We're talking about VIP party chief's father who's been murdered in Darbhanga. Mukesh Saini is a prominent OBC politician in Bihar. The RJD is claiming lawlessness while the JDU is assuring a speedy probe. And stunning details have now surfaced regarding the Trump shooting incident, according to CBS News. The reporter has gone on to say that the shooter was spotted before the incident. He was spotted by the snipers who were present at that rally. And Donald Trump makes his first public appearance after that shootout. He banished Donald Trump, gets this rousing welcome at the Republican convention. He has also gone ahead and picked his vice president. He has chosen J.D. Vance as his vice president. He will now, that's his running mate, and he is a 39-year-old senator who is from the College of Yale. He is now the vice president candidate. Let's get you the very latest as far as the Cauvery water war is concerned, and it is the Karnataka government now trying to appeal to Tamil Nadu. Well, D.K. Shivakumar, the Deputy Chief Minister, has said that they're ready to cooperate and that they're not holding on to any kind of water. They're not hoarding water in the state of Karnataka. Do remember, it is Tamil Nadu's Chief Minister who's called for that all-party meeting today. So, between that war that's taken place between Tamil Nadu and Karnataka that continues, it is the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu that's condemned the stand that Karnataka earlier had taken regarding releasing only a decreased quantum of the water to Tamil Nadu. Now, the Chief Minister has condemned that stand that Karnataka government had taken, but it is now the Deputy Chief Minister of the state who has gone on to say that they'll comply. And, what had really been decided upon on Sunday by the Chief Minister was that they would release only 8,000 cusacs of water from the Cauvery River every day to Tamil Nadu instead of 11,500 cusacs of water is, the formula that was decided upon between the two states.
From yesterday, I am getting good inflow, more than 50,000 inflow in Cauvery region, and whatever is there, we are allowing to go out of Harangi. One thing I would like to appeal to Tamil Nadu, see, for your interest and for our interest, more than our interest is your interest. This Mekedatu reservoir, you just permit us. Whatever storage we do, we will give you only that water. We can't take back that water. This is my simple, humble appeal on behalf of the people of Karnataka. You please permit us, don't object to us. We will cooperate in whatever way we can.
See, Karnataka during last monsoon season also, Karnataka has abided whatever tribunal has ordered. In fact, our government has released more water than what they had expected. Monsoon has just begun, and in the last week, all-party meeting, Bharatiya Janata Party has clearly informed Chief Minister that our farmers' interest should not be compromised. The farmers who are in the Cauvery Basin, their interest needs to be protected by our Karnataka government. We have made it pretty clear. So as far as Tamil Nadu government is concerned, we are not bothered what they are going to discuss.
So to get more on this, we have my colleague Sam Daniel joining us. We also have my colleague Pratibha Raman joining us. Sam, over to you first. M.K. Stalin, who's called for that all-party meeting, which is underway. We also just heard D.K. Shivakumar saying that, a change of stand here, saying that they're willing to cooperate.
Well, Divya, as we speak now, the all-party meeting is underway. In a short while from now, we can expect to get a copy of the resolutions adopted there or passed there. Most likely, the all-party meeting could recommend the Tamil Nadu government to take legal steps to make sure Karnataka would abide by the Cauvery Tribunal verdict in terms of the water sharing formula. But in terms of the Karnataka government's demand to get the consent of Tamil Nadu government for them to build a new dam across River Cauvery, the Meghadatu plan, it's very unlikely the Tamil Nadu government would agree, because already they are facing problems in terms of Karnataka holding water in its reservoirs but not complying with the orders to share what is due for Tamil Nadu. And if one more dam comes up there, then there will be more worry that Tamil Nadu may not get its due share of waters at all. But in terms of the present crisis, already farmers in the Delta region have lost one crop because Karnataka did not release the waters due in the past months. They lost the Cauvery crop in more than 5 lakh acres, and now they are preparing for the second crop called a Samba crop. And if waters do not come in time, it will be yet another, what they call as a double whammy. And that's why Tamil Nadu government is urging Karnataka to comply with the Cauvery Water Regulatory Committee or Authority that had recommended release of 1 TMC water every day. But Karnataka has reduced the quantum, saying it will only give 2/3 of it, that's around 8,000 cusics of water. Going by the rule book, Karnataka has to abide by the formula set by the Cauvery Water Tribunal, later upheld by the Supreme Court. Even during deficit monsoon time, Karnataka cannot claim total ownership of the waters in its reservoirs, but it has to abide by the formula and give waters as per that to Tamil Nadu. And but it has become political. Whichever party is in power, be the BJP or the Congress, they feel that it could lead to a electoral backlash in terms of electoral losses if they do not protect the interest of farmers in Karnataka. And that's the big worry. We'll have to wait and see what will happen in the all-party meeting in Tamil Nadu. But lastly, there could be a ray of hope because already Karnataka has started receiving good monsoon now. If it continues, then automatically all its reservoirs would be filled to their capacity, and then Karnataka would automatically open its reservoirs to release as per the direction of the Cauvery Water Regulatory Authority. But that's something we'll have to wait and watch. But indications are they could be releasing more waters very soon.
Right, Pratibha, of course, we did hear DK Shivakumar say that they're not hoarding water, and from what we hear is that the monsoon so far has been performing up to par as, it's raining as much as it should usually. So as far as the monsoon season is concerned, take us through what's the situation like on the ground.
Well, Karnataka has also been facing drought as well as heat wave in the recent months before the monsoons arrived. And right now we're talking of the Karnataka government being huddled in a meeting the last 2 days where they did arrive at a consensus of sorts with an all-party meet. And they arrived at 2 decisions there. One is to reduce the amount of water that has been demanded by the Tamil Nadu government. Instead of 11,500 cusecs, which translates to 1 TMC, which has been the demand laid out. Karnataka party leaders agreed on releasing about 8,000 cusecs of water. However, in the last 2 days, things have turned to be different because the reservoirs in the Cauvery basin here have at least collected about 96% of water, especially the Kabini reservoir, where around 20,000 cusecs of water have been released. I think today it stands at around 13,000 cusecs of water that has been released to Tamil Nadu there. Could this really help in solving the crisis for now? And what would be the long-term solution is something that definitely needs to be looked at between the 2 states. Most of the leaders did talk about the Mekedatu project and that this would prove to be a solution for both the states. However, Tamil Nadu government has not been acceding to this initiative of the Karnataka government here. But in the meantime, as that political face-off is going on, the Karnataka government has decided to maintain the 20,000 cusecs of water if the monsoons are good in Karnataka. But if it is not, then arises the actual problem. Back to you.
Right, thank you so much, Pratibha. Stay with us for our next story as well. And we're talking about day 2 of the Karnataka Assembly. So on the second day, what we really are expecting is that the Chief Minister will be announcing a pay hike of 27.5% for the government employees under the 7th Pay Commission. And this is the Karnataka Cabinet that had decided to implement the recommendations of this effective from the 1st of August for nearly 7 lakh state government employees. So, Pratibha back with us. Pratibha, take us through, something that is going to be seen as quite a significant move here with a 27.5% hike as far as government officials are concerned. What else can we expect on day 2?
In fact, this has been an ongoing discussion that was held between the Karnataka government leaders. Earlier in 2023, the BJP regime headed by Mr. Baswaraj Bommai had announced around 17% hike for the government employees there. And based on the 7th Pay Commission report, which talks about implementing around 27.5%, Siddaramaiah government has decided to add 11.5 to the already existing 17% hike and make it 27.5% hike for the government employees here, and this should be in effect from August 1st. This is definitely good news for the government employees here, and this also talks about boosting their morale here, especially during a critical time of the Karnataka Assembly session that is on, with the political face-off between the two parties. But however, talking about the 7th Pay Commission, it was long due, and finally the Karnataka government has announced it just yesterday. Back to you.
Right, let's just listen in to some of the reactions coming in.
They should tell us that there are 3 clauses, 7A, 7B, 7C. Which of these clauses have been violated? Number 3, they should be happy that a state like Karnataka has ensured rights of Dalits, Adivasis and backward classes are being upheld here in state of Karnataka. They should write a letter to all BJP ruled states saying that look at the Karnataka model where budgets are allocated based on population for the upliftment of the SCs and STs. Where was this commission when in the previous government on the floor of the house, the then CM said 7,800 crores of CPTSP funds were diverted.
See, the true color of the Congress government headed by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has been exposed. And I'm going to speak on this issue today also in the Vidhan Sabha. The Chief Minister, who claims himself as the champion of Dalits and backward class, has utterly failed in all fronts in regarding the release of funds for the backward class communities. This government has done great injustice. Here the Chief Minister, who has come to power in the name of Dalit and backward class, is doing total injustice to the community in Karnataka.
And staying with news from Karnataka, it's D.K. Shivakumar, the Deputy Chief Minister of the state, who has gone on to say that the CBI is harassing some people needlessly. He's also gone on to say that he will be meeting with the CBI in the next few days and will be asking them as to why is it that he is being harassed. The top court has turned down Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister's plea. It is the Deputy Chief Minister who pushed to quash the CBI case in the disproportionate assets case against the Deputy Chief Minister. Now, the CBI has alleged that Shivakumar had amassed assets in that disproportionate case to his known sources of income between 2013 and 2018. He was the minister in the previous Congress government during this period.
The same case has already been given to Lokayukta. Lokayukta also is investigating, and CBI is also investigating. I don't know why CBI is just going out of their limits on their investigation. I have just next couple of days I will go and meet them personally, and I will tell them what is my objection on that issue. And I have not done nothing wrong, but they are just trying to harass a lot of our people who are unconnected, who with so many years has happened. Anyway, that is my job. Anyway, I'm sure I have not done anything wrong. We will answer to them.
And news coming in from Tamil Nadu, and days after Tamil Nadu BSP Chief Armstrong was killed on the 5th of this month in Madurai, another political leader has been killed. We're talking about NTK's, this is the NTK leader who has been hacked to death this morning when he was walking in the BB Kulam area. And to get more on this, we have my colleague Sam Daniel joining us. Sam, this is Balakrishnan, who was hacked to death. He was believed to be a history sheeter with 3 pending cases against him.
Divya, his name is Bala Subramanian. That's what the police say. And he was hacked to death when he was on his morning walk in the Thallakulam area in Madurai. Police rule this out to be a political murder, but they say the murder is due to personal enmity and also over a family dispute. Nobody has been arrested so far. Investigation is underway. in a couple of hours, police hope to have a breakthrough in this. But this is the second murder in the last 10 days. A kind of a political functionary for the second time being murdered. Earlier, it was the Tamil Nadu BSP chief Armstrong, hacked to death by a 6-member gang in Chennai. And that case too, police ruled out that to be a political murder and called that as a revenge killing in retaliation to the killing of a rowdy called Arcad Suresh last year. And that late alleged rowdy's family had harbored suspicion that it was orchestrated by Armstrong himself, and that's why police claim he was killed. And immediately the police commissioner in Chennai was transferred. The new commissioner, A. Arun, had said he would crack down on rowdies and that he would speak to a language they would understand. And a few days after that, one of the 11 accused arrested and taken in police custody in that case was killed in a police encounter on Sunday. Police claim the accused had opened fire when they were trying to recover a country-made gun he had hidden somewhere, and that police had opened fire in retaliation in self-defense. It had also raised questions of human rights violation, and some political parties also alleged it could be an attempt to cover up the facts coming out in this case. But certainly this has raised worry among people that second such a politician being murdered in less than 10 days. We'll have to wait and see what actually is the real motive in this case at least. And
Right. Thank you so much, Sam, for getting us all those details. And a personal enmity, perhaps, is the reason, is the angle that the police right now is probing. Staying with more tragic news, which is rather shocking. It is the father of the VIP chief, Mukesh Saini, has been brutally murdered at their ancestral home in Bihar's Darbhanga. Jiten Sahni's body was found on his bed this morning, and this is an incident that's taken place with an SIT that has now been formed to investigate the matter.
Remember team led by a senior IPS officer, Kamya Mishra, that has been formed actually to investigate into this murder, this gruesome murder, I would say. And this has happened actually somewhere between yesterday night and today morning, when the father, Jiten Manji, who happens to be father of Mukesh Saini, he was at his ancestral house when his body was discovered by the local villagers over there. He was brutally murdered, and the sharp objects were used actually to stab him and murder him to death. Now, Mukesh Saini happens to be a very important, very key player as far as the Bihar politics is concerned. He heads a party called VIP Party, which is called the Vikasil Insaf Party. He is a very important ally of India Alliance in Bihar. In last Lok Sabha election, his party contested on the 3 Lok Sabha seats along with the Congress and RJD. So he's an important political figure as far as Bihar is concerned. And as far as this gruesome incident is concerned, it has happened in Darbhanga district, Birol subdivision, that is of Darbhanga district, which is an ancestral place of Mukesh Saini. And police team has been deployed there. The SIT is already on the job to find out as to who all were behind this. And Mukesh Saini, we are told, is in Mumbai and is flying to Darbhanga. By today evening, he will be reaching Darbhanga to be there with his family.
Right, and of course it's the RJD that has in fact reacted to this murder that's taken place inside their ancestral home itself, with the RJD saying there's lawlessness when it comes to the state, and this is because of the incompetent government, condemning the government in charge of Bihar. And it's the JDU that's counter-attacked that attack of RJD and said that the police will catch the killers swiftly.
मुकेश सहनी जी के पिता की निर्मम हत्या की खबर ने पूरे बिहार को दहला दिया है। हर व्यक्ति चिंतित है कि आखिर बिहार में हो क्या रहा है। कोई ऐसा दिन नहीं है जहां हत्या की खबर नहीं आती है। शासन पूरी तरह से पंगु हो चुका है। माइंडलेस गवर्नमेंट है बिहार के अंदर में।
किसी की भी हत्या हो, और मुकेश जी हम लोगों के सहयोगी रहे हैं, उनके पिताजी की हत्या को गंभीरता से सरकार को लेनी चाहिए और जिसने भी ये घृणित कार्य किया है उसको सलाखों के पीछे जाना चाहिए। लेकिन ये आए दिन जिस तरह से हर जिले में हत्या हो रही है और नीतीश जी पता नहीं कान में तेल डाल के सोए हुए हैं, उनको अपना देखना चाहिए। उनके शासन प्रशासन को इस चुनौती को गंभीरता से लेने की ज़रूरत है, नहीं तो बिहार के बारे में ऐसे ही खराब छवि है और खराब होगा।
कोई भी व्यक्ति हो, एक सामान्य नागरिक के साथ भी यह घटना होती है तो यह विहित राज्य सरकार का कर्तव्य है कि बगैर देर किए हुए कठोरतम कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित करे। हम तो पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन पर भरोसा करते हैं। हम माननीय तेजस्वी यादव जी से भी अनुरोध करते हैं कि अगर आपके भी कार्यकर्ता हैं, आपके पास भी कोई जानकारी है तो पुलिस पदाधिकारी को उन तमाम जानकारी को उपलब्ध कराइए जिससे मुकेश सहनी जी को न्याय मिल सके।
मुकेश सहनी जी के पिताजी की हत्या अत्यंत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, दुख का विषय है, खेद का विषय है। लेकिन मैं सरकार की तरफ से जरूर स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूँ कि शीघ्र कार्रवाई किया जाएगा और जो भी दोषी होंगे इसके तुरंत इनको सलाखों के अंदर डालने का काम किया जाएगा। सरकार पूरी तरह मुस्तैदी से मुकेश सहनी जी के परिवार के साथ खड़ा है और शीघ्र से शीघ्र कार्रवाई की जाएगी। मुकेश सहनी जी के पिताजी की हत्या अपने आप में दुखद विषय हम लोगों के लिए।
Right, with that, we're sitting in a very short break. Back with a whole lot more. Do stay with us.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
As India gears up for the upcoming budget, a lot of expectations doing the rounds, and we have the tech sector that is looking at a transformative phase.
Finance Minister should look at giving the carrot to the youngsters. So the first increasing the slab.
On one side, you want to incentivize startups to come into the thing, but then again, you're taxing the angels.
When it comes to labor laws, it is still state specific. So we have employees in different states, and then there's a huge cost involved with with the complying with the government laws.
I think we should embrace AI as a society. Figure out how do you take the conceptual thinking of AI to every school, every college, and every SME to leverage the power of AI, just like how we leverage the power of mathematics.
Continue to have those investments that we have seen in the past at the similar pace that is required.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated
Let's get you the latest as far as that assassination bid on Donald Trump is concerned. And stunning details are now emerging. According to a CBS News report, the shooter was spotted before the incident. There were 3 snipers who were stationed inside the building that the shooter was on. We have my colleague Vishal joining us. Vishal, from what we're hearing is there's a video that's now surfaced that's showing a chaotic scene in which bystanders are calling out to the police nearly a minute and a half before the shots were heard.
That is right. So the videos had been circulating for a while, about 24 hours. People had been seeing those videos online. So right now, CBS News, which is a US media house, they have come out and brought out some stunning details related to that video. So few of the officers, they were standing right inside the building on top of which the shooter, Thomas Crooks, was on. The shooter was crouched on top of the building while these officers were inside of that building, and since the people were screaming out to them that there's a purported shooter on top of the building, the snipers, the officers, they were trying to communicate with other people, the seniors, and they were trying to get some backup so that the shooter could be neutralized. But by the time they were able to climb to the roof, the shooter had already fired some shots. The details from the CBS News report says that one of the officers first spotted Thomas Crooks looking up at the roof, and then he disappeared for a while, and then he came back with a backpack, and then it disappeared again. So in this while, some backup was called, and they assumed that the shooter had used the AC vent to climb up to the top of the roof, and he fired the shots then. So there's some glaring errors in the security of the Secret Service, and the chief of the Secret Service has apologized, has said that it's a big failure on part of the Secret Service, and as we've been reporting, she will be answerable to the US House of Representatives on the July 22nd when she makes a statement there. So more details will be emerging then. As of now, the FBI is still investigating the incident, and the motive behind the shooter's act is still not clear. FBI has details of the shooter. FBI has the phone, the laptop of the shooter. A 24-hour monitoring of the laptop and other devices of the shooter is being done.
Right.
So there's a lot of details emerging, but as of now, the motive is not clear.
Right, the Secret Service director saying that she's not resigning, and the FBI they're working round the clock in order to determine the motive behind that shootout that took place. But shocking details emerging there that there were snipers around. They had spotted the shooter a minute and a half before that shootout that took place during that rally in Pennsylvania. We'll get you all the more details on this, but for now we're slipping into a very short break.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
An encounter is underway in Jammu and Kashmir's Doda. One captain and 3 army jawans have been killed in counter-terrorism ops. The army says the operation is on. Reinforcements have been moved in. Sharp political reactions to the Doda encounter. Rahul Gandhi says the government must ensure accountability and consecutive incidents are worrisome. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh assures that the nation is standing with its soldiers. The latest in the Cauvery water wars, the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin holds an all-party meeting. The farmers in Tamil Nadu, meanwhile, are protesting, demanding their share of water.
Karnataka has now issued a fresh appeal to the state of Tamil Nadu, assuring them that they are not hoarding. Another political leader killed in Tamil Nadu. NTK party leader hacked to death in Madurai. The cops say it was personal enmity. Stunning details of the Trump shooting incident. The shooter was spotted before the incident, according to a report. Snipers were present inside the building while the shooter that the shooter was on. Donald Trump makes his first public appearance after the shooting. Bandage. Trump gets a rousing welcome at the Republican convention. Trump at the convention with Vice President pick J.D. Vance. Trump and Vance officially become Republican nominees. Good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Rishika Baru. Our top focus story continues to remain the ongoing encounter with terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir's Doda, with 3 army jawans and 1 captain have been killed. The army says a heavy gunfight in the joint army police op is currently underway. The operation is on and reinforcements have been moved in. The encounter, remember, broke out in Jammu's Doda last evening. This is the second encounter that we're reporting over in just a week. 9 soldiers have been killed in fighting terrorists in the last 7 days. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has spoken with the army chief. He's assured that the country is standing by soldiers. But the rising terror attacks in Jammu is indeed a source of worry. 44 soldiers have been killed since 2021 in the region. At least 20 civilians have died as well. Let's go right across to Nazir to get an update on what's happening. Nazir, unfortunate news coming in of 3 army jawans and a captain who've been killed in this encounter. And this is the second encounter that we're reporting on in just this week. What's really going on the ground at the moment, and how are the security establishments looking at the information that is coming out?
Well, something has terribly gone wrong when it comes. The operation was launched yesterday evening as the security force received an information about presence of militants. They launched the operation, and in the ensuing encounter, 4 soldiers, including an officer, have been killed. A captain rank officer has been killed. There are other injuries to the security force as well. So this clearly shows the dangers, even if you get the information. So something can go wrong which can lead to the casualties. And this is the second, casualty army has suffered in last 1 week. Last week there was a major attack on the army, an ambush on 2 army trucks in Kutwa, Badnota area of Kutwa, in which 5 soldiers were killed and 5 others were injured, and attackers managed to escape. So far, there's no trace of attackers. Always big question is, how do they disappear after every attack? And same thing almost is happening in this case. While a massive operation has been launched, army has, in fact, there's a helicopter, hovering around the area, this operation area. Drones are being used. All the technology is being used. There's a massive deployment also, but it's certainly not easy. It's clearly not easier said than done, because the area, topography, rugged mountains and the thick forests, these provide perfect shelter to these highly trained militants, and above all, they appear to be trained in jungle warfare, because over the last 32 months, 48 army soldiers have been killed in Jammu region. And in most of the attackers have managed to escape without suffering any casualty of their own. That always remains a challenge. And army at the highest level has been constantly reviewing, security situation, trying to reset the operational mode also. All the security agencies, Jammu and Kashmir police and paramilitary forces are part of it. Last month, Prime Minister himself asked army and the other security agencies to deploy full spectrum of anti-terrorist capabilities and eliminate militancy. Home Minister Amit Shah has held a series of meetings on this situation, but we have seen attack after attack. So this attack happened when the security force received the information. First, I spoke yesterday evening to Director General of Police, Mr. R.R. Swain, and he said there was, these militants had crossed a river, that people have seen them. They had even snatched mobile phones from locals as well, as part of creating fear among the locals. So when the security force got the information, they rushed there, they came under attack. 4 soldiers have lost their lives. Because it has happened in the past. In some cases, several attacks we have seen, militants had deliberately leaked the information and they have lured troops into the trap. We don't know the exact details what it has happened, but it appears to be highly trained and sophisticated militancy which knows the jungle warfare, how to inflict casualty, but security forces have been launching relentless operations. The bigger challenge is that the militancy which started in October 2021 from Poonch Rajouri, it has spread across Jammu region. And today, as local MP and also minister in the PMO, Dr. Jitendra Singh, he paid homage to the fallen soldiers, asked people to maintain calm, and Doda is known for maintaining communal harmony, because in these attacks also they have been targeting innocent civilians, like they targeted Mata Vaishno Devi Yatris in Riyasi. Last month, 9 innocent civilians, Yatris were killed in that attack. Since then, a large number of people, suspects were detained, except one person who had reportedly provided food to these militants. Not much was known about them, those terrorists who had attacked the Yatra bus. So largely, what the bigger challenge is how to break the local network, if there's any on the ground, and how to track down the attackers after every attack since they managed to escape. So these remain the challenge right now. This operation is underway and the reinforcement has been rushed to the area, but the area is quite challenging, and those who are involved in the attack clearly are highly trained, and army itself has said in the past.
Do stay on with us, Nazir, because the other aspect of the story, of course, is the politics over the encounter. Rahul Gandhi's sharp reaction to the Doda encounter, where he has cited worry over consecutive incidents. Rahul Gandhi has targeted the government over the Jammu and Kashmir terror attacks. The PDP chief, Mehbooba Mufti, has also called for accountability, saying that the Jammu Kashmir DGP should be sacked. Rahul Gandhi has stated that it is soldiers who are bearing the brunt of BJP's wrong policies, and the PDP chief, Mehbooba Mufti, has also demanded for accountability.
अफसोस ये है कि there is no accountability. By now, the head should have rolled. The DG should have been sacked by now. Because जो इस वक्त हो रहा है पिछले 32 months में almost 50 soldiers have lost their lives. Nobody is being held accountable. और जो इस वक्त के DG हैं, he is more, busy with fixing things politically.
Nazir, the opposition there speaking in a united voice in a certain sense, demanding accountability from the government, given the fact that, this isn't an isolated incident of terror that we're reporting on. There has been a spike in terror attacks. Our soldiers have lost their lives. There are civilian casualties as well. What is the sort of politics over this?
Well, there would be a political blame game when you have such type of attacks and attacks after attacks in Jammu. That was a peaceful area, so whether it's Rahul Gandhi who asked government for the accountability and criticize government for this, spate of attacks on the security force army in particular. Mehbooba Mufti is gunning for DGP, and she's saying that he should have been sacked. There should be accountability, heads should roll. Reason is that yesterday during his address, DGP R.R. Swain actually said that Pakistan was not effort to push in militancy, but their larger plan was push, infiltrate into the civil society, and actually blamed mainstream politics, in fact, without naming PDP, saying they were helping militants and funding them, blah, blah, all those things. So Mehbooba Mufti held a press conference, strongly targeted Director General of Police R.R. Swain and saying what all has happened. But this situation is much more serious than the political blame game. Things have been horribly gone wrong because security forces have been paying a price. They have been, 48 soldiers of Indian Army, they have been killed in last 32 months. Several have been injured. And there's no end to these attacks, and the militancy is spreading from length and breadth of Jammu province, which was free from militancy. For example, it started post ceasefire understanding between India and Pakistan in 2021. First major attack happened in October 2021 at Bata Duriya in Poonch. Since then, it is not stopping, it is rather spreading to other areas right up to the backyard of Punjab in Kutwa district, and now we see ongoing operation in Doda, which is going on. That's why, opposition is targeting the government, but the government itself has reviewed the situation. As we know, Defense Minister has spoken to the Army Chief, and he has been briefed about the security situation, how to deal with the situation, and all the security agencies are on the same page, and they have been launched relentless operations to deal with this emerging situation in Jammu region.
Thanks very much, Nazir, for joining us with all that latest information. This is going to indeed be one of our top focus stories. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates. From the north, let's now shift our focus to the south, where in the Cauvery water row between Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, M.K. Stalin, is holding an all-party meeting and has condemned Karnataka's stand on releasing a decreased quantum of Cauvery water to Tamil Nadu. Chief Minister and DMK Supremo M.K. Stalin condemned the former even as he announced a meeting of legislative parties leaders. Chief Minister Siddharamaiah on Sunday said that the Karnataka government was ready to release 8,000 cusecs of water from the Cauvery river every day to neighbouring Tamil Nadu instead of 11,500 cusecs of water, which is what the tribunal had directed till month end. Now, this is only 63% water in the Cauvery Basin dams, and in this situation, the state, according to the Karnataka officials, is not in a position to release that much water every day. So this, of course, is what both sides of the story are at the moment. Will there be a breakthrough in sight or not? It remains to be seen. Let's listen in to the political reactions.
From yesterday, I am getting good inflow, more than 50,000 inflow in Cauvery region, and whatever is there, we are allowing to go out of Arangi. One thing I would like to appeal to Tamil Nadu, see, for your interest and for our interest, more than our interest is your interest. This Mekedatu reservoir, you just permit us. Whatever storage we do, we will give you only that water. We can't take back that water. This is my simple, humble appeal on behalf of the people of Karnataka. You please permit us, don't object to us. We will cooperate in whatever way we can.
See, Karnataka during last monsoon season also, Karnataka has abided whatever tribunal has ordered. In fact, our government has released more water than what they had expected. Monsoon has just begun, and in the last week, all-party meeting, Bharatiya Janata Party has clearly said, informed Chief Minister, that our farmers' interest should not be compromised. The farmers who are in the Cauvery Basin, their interest needs to be protected by our Karnataka government. We have made it pretty clear. So as far as Tamil Nadu government is concerned, we are not bothered what they are going to discuss.
All right, Shobha Karandlaje of the BJP holding a press conference there. Let's just listen in.
तब केम्पन्ना आयोग का फॉर्म किए. अभी तक केम्पन्ना आयोग का केम्पन्ना कमीशन का रिपोर्ट नहीं आया, बाहर पेश नहीं किया. क्यों नहीं किया? अभी दूसरा कमेटी बिठा रहे हैं, देसाई कमेटी, एंड एक सदस्य का कमेटी है. कर्नाटका राज्य का लोग कहते हैं ये पूरा का पूरा केस को छुपाने के लिए सिद्धारामैया कर रहे हैं, इसीलिए सिद्धारामैया को ऊपर एफआईआर डालना था लोकायुक्त. प्रिवेंशन ऑफ करप्शन एक्ट का तहत एफआईआर डालना था. ये सीएम है, दबाव डाल रहे, इसके कारण उसका ऊपर एफआईआर नहीं डाल रहे. मैं मांग रखती हूं सिद्धारामैया तुरंत इस्तीफा देना एंड ये जांच को फेस करना. दूसरा कर्नाटका में चल रहे दूसरा विषय में भी वो दोषी है. अभी वाल्मीकि डेवलपमेंट कॉरपोरेशन का जांच चल रही है. वाल्मीकि डेवलपमेंट कॉरपोरेशन एसटी डेवलपमेंट कॉरपोरेशन है, हम वाल्मीकि का नाम रखे हैं इसको. चुनाव का संदर्भ में मार्च में यही साल का 187 करोड़ रुपए यूनियन बैंक से, यूनियन बैंक का ओरिजिनल अकाउंट था वसंत नगर में, तुरंत वो चेंज करते हैं एमजी रोड को, उधर से 187 करोड़ रुपया बंजारा हिल्स का एक बैंक को जाता है, आरएमबी बैंक, रत्नाकर बैंक। वो बैंक से पैसा जाता है वाइन शॉप, उधर से पैसा जाता है अलग अलग दुकान को, ज्वेलरी शॉप को। चंद्रशेखर पत्र लिखता है, आत्महत्या करने के पहले एक लेटर लिखता है, इसी में बोलता है दबाव डाल के 187 करोड़ रुपया यूनियन बैंक वसंत नगर से एमजी रोड को शिफ्ट किया है, उधर से बाहर भेजा, मेरे ऊपर प्रेशर डाल रहे हैं, इसके कारण मैं आत्महत्या कर रहा हूं। ऐसे 6 पेज का पत्र लिख के वो आत्महत्या करता है। वाल्मीकि डेवलपमेंट कॉर्पोरेशन का ऑफिसर बाहर आता है केस, हम सरकार को प्रेशर डाला, आप इसका जांच करना, एसआईटी बिठाते हैं, स्पेशल इन्वेस्टिगेशन टीम, वो कुछ नहीं करते हैं। बाद में यूनियन बैंक सीबीआई को लिखा, इसको सीबीआई इंक्वायरी करना, उसके कारण सीबीआई जांच अभी चल रही है। ईडी बहुत लोगों को अरेस्ट किया है। नागेंद्र तब मंत्री था, वो इस्तीफा दिया। ऑफिसर्स बोलते हैं ये केवल नागेंद्र का केस नहीं है, इसको दबाव डाला एंड ये पैसा बंजारा हिल हैदराबाद को 15 कंपनी को गया, मुख्यमंत्री कहने से गया। मुख्यमंत्री तेलंगाना इलेक्शन के लिए पैसा दिया है, वाल्मीकि डेवलपमेंट कॉर्पोरेशन को यूज किया है, उसका पैसा निकाल के हैदराबाद को शिफ्ट किया है, तेलंगाना में चुनाव में ये पैसा को खर्चा किया, ऐसा बाहर आ रहा है। उसका जिम्मेदारी कौन है? ये 187 करोड़ रुपया हैदराबाद जाने का पूरा जिम्मेदारी सिद्धारामैया का है, क्योंकि वही फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर है, उसका कहने से ये पैसा हैदराबाद गया है। सिद्धारामैया चुप है। तब सिद्धारामैया ऐसे करते हैं, चुप रहते हैं एंड किसी को ऊपर केस को डालते हैं। अभी एसआईटी ने, एक कौन एसआईटी को बिठाया, सीबीआई को मदद भी नहीं कर रहे, कोई फाइल भी नहीं दे रहे। ये 2 केस में सिद्धारामैया का इस्तीफा हम मांग रहे हैं, इस्तीफा देना चाहिए। खुद दोषी है मुख्यमंत्री, कर्नाटक का मुख्यमंत्री खुद दोषी है। एंड कर्नाटक सरकार हाईकमांड का, कांग्रेस पार्टी का एटीएम हो गया। इसके कारण ये सब हो रही है। ये पैसा किसका कहने से?
All right, that is the BJP union minister, in fact, addressing the press over continued allegations of corruption against the Congress. Let's go right across to Pratibha Raman joining us with the very latest. Pratibha, the BJP continues to up the ante against the Congress in Karnataka. While the assembly session is in fact going on, we've seen a rather stormy session. What are the latest allegations, and could you put this entire press conference in perspective for our viewers?
In fact, two of the allegations engulfing Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah as well as the Congress government are the Muda scam as well as the Valmiki scam. Keeping these as forming the pitch for the BJP at the Karnataka Assembly session, we have Ms. Shobha Karandlaje, who's the Karnataka MP, who's been raising her voice against the Chief Minister of Karnataka, claiming that it is the Chief Minister who has been trying to cover up most of the investigation here, and the BJP has been insisting on a CBI probe. In fact, the Karnataka government has set up a judicial probe headed by one of the retired justices of the Karnataka High Court, P.N. Desai. We did not ask for a single judge bench to be investigating this. We want a CBI probe, is the statement that has been made by Shobha Karandlaje here, who's been insisting that the BJP must fight for justice and also insisting that the Chief Minister of Karnataka must resign. In the meantime, it has been heated debate and arguments that are being presented at on the floor of the House. The BJP leaders who have been raising their voice against the Congress government, talking about the Valmiki scam. The discussion that started off yesterday continued this morning as well, and even now it is on. In fact, some of the leaders did also bring in the Prajwal Revanna case, talking about how the Congress government had delayed the arrest of Prajwal Revanna there, talking of the inefficiency of the SIT there, which led to heated arguments where the Speaker had to adjourn the session for about 10 minutes. But however, after 10 minutes, the session resumed, and it has been on where a lot of arguments are being exchanged between both the parties in terms of the Valmiki scam in particular. Now, why is this gaining importance? The reason is because we had the chairman of the Valmiki department who was here at the Karnataka Assembly here today with respect to the ED raids that happened in the last couple of days before the arrest of former Minister Mr. Nagendra. And the ED raids had been on in about 20 locations with respect to Mr. Daddal, and Daddal was present here at the Karnataka Assembly. And this has definitely raised a lot of arguments between both the parties at the Karnataka Assembly session. In fact, we have a BJP MLC here who's speaking to another media channel. In a few minutes from now, we could perhaps get a statement from him. We are waiting to hear from him. But in the meantime, yes, the BJP did stage protests yesterday, did stage a protest walk as well from the Legislature House to the Vidhan Sauda. And they held placards against the Chief Minister. In fact, trying to stop the convoy of the CM who was arriving at the Vidhan Sauda at that point in time. A lot of ruckus that happened between the Legislature House as well as the Vidhan Sauda. However, as the session started yesterday, it began with a condolence meet, and then in the afternoon is when the actual debate began, where the BJP did put the initiative of having a discussion on the Valmiki scam, and it continued until today as well, and heated debate that is on the floor of the House. We have the BJP MLC who would be joining us in a few minutes from now to actually present us with a picture of what were the kind of exchanges that happened on the floor of the House. Definitely a stormy session that will be